Hello, hello, hello. Hi. Give me just a moment. Just gonna pin this. All right, cool. All right, hello, hello. I'm late today because well, I wanted to eat lunch. I was getting pretty hungry and it was either, well, I do it now or I do it like 10 minutes after I start stream. I just decide to do it off stream because I think that's a lot more sensible. Let's switch to this. I also got this package. Try not to show the address. So it has a bunch of BlazBlue stuff in it. It also has a hole in the top, which I just now saw. Well, that's hopefully fine. There's a lot of paper in here, so I'm gonna cross my fingers that nothing got wet because it's been snowing and the outside of the box is wet. But I'm gonna be opening. God damn it! I'm gonna be opening that later. All right. So question now is, who am I going to play? I don't know. I never think this far ahead, do I? I never do. I'm leaning towards playing Kunimitsu, but I don't know. I don't want to play Elisa today. I want to just like fuck around today. Maybe Safina. Nah, I'm feeling more in like a party mood.
Get ready for the next battle.
I've forgotten everything. What am I thinking of? I don't know what I'm thinking of. I don't know. Whatever. Yeah, I think Kunimitsu's is fine. Wee. Ah. I'm getting better at doing it on play a 2-side with this controller. I still have a problem where I kind of know where my thumb is supposed to be, but I don't know it like instinctively. So like when I'm actually playing, I still don't put my thumb where it should be, and then I just get back, and I don't get the second back, and it fucks up the backdash. Anyway. I wish that recovered faster. See, like there, I gotta like think about it. All right. I just can't win. This is taking forever, huh? I might need to restart. Yeah, I'm gonna restart. Well, reset. I won't restart yet. Although I probably should. But I won't yet. There we go.
Get ready for the next battle.
I have 600 wins with Kunmitsu. Jesus. Okay. Sure. Oh my god, I haven't played in so long. Okay. Alright. Okay. That was just a bullshit round. That was just complete bullshit. I ducked the high and I lost because I tried punishing. Okay. Pop. Whatever. This guy throws out strings, huh? Okay. Sure. Okay, that was... Whatever. Counter hit. Thank God that time I got the punish. To be fair, the first time I was a bit slow, but the fucking high crushing was just stupid. Oh my God, he's hitting buttons. Okay. Sure, good punish. You really just did the armor move there? God, this guy. Okay. All right. Okay, yeah, that was -9. Yep. Why did I do that? Oh, my dad. Oh, that didn't kill. Wow, what a block. He didn't punish, though. He did a weird while crouching move. All right, well, that went down to the magic pixel, but I won, as we all knew I would. I didn't know I would win. This guy hits a lot of buttons, though. This guy's very, he's very gimmicky. There's a lot of punishable moves. He plays like a Tekken 6 Zafina. Hi, game. Netcode treating you better? Well, the game's actually, like, you know, loaded today, so that's a good start. It's better than last time. Okay, I don't know why he crouched, but I'll take it. All right, back up. Hop kick? No. Oh my God. I really got counter hit by that. There you go. Whiff punish the Overlord. Okay. No punish. See, that would have actually been counter hit. Wow, he just fucking threw that out there for no reason. Okay, sure. Fair enough. Okay. No, that's not what I wanted. Nice. Hit him with the low. Okay, he attacked me. It's fine. Fuck your armor move. I'm better than you. Sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself now. Hop kick. Okay. If I hit the hop kick, I wouldn't have apologized. All right, let's do this. Okay, sure. How the fuck did I not get a block? Okay. I'm gonna finish it. Okay, he doesn't know that that is like -1 billion. Oh my God. Oh, did you see the recovery on that? I was just able to down forward 2 twice. I just down forward 2 for the car cancel. He's out of there. We got his ass. All right. Fucking car canceling Tekken. Shut up, Seth. What? But I did. Like, I did the down forward 2. It whiffed, but it made me move closer to him. And then I down forward 2 again, and it hit him. I don't know what to tell you. It works. Just ignore the fact that I thought it wasn't gonna whiff in the first place, and let that be it. What's this on hit? It's +6. What's this on block again? I should be using this move more. I'm looking at frame data. It's -6. -5 going in the back turn. Okay. Man, I wish it was -3. I guess no, -6 kind of sucks. Not even -3. I wish it was at least -4. Or most -4, whatever. All right. Miguel time. Oh god, the rollback has already started. Okay. No punish. Sure. Oh, that's not what I wanted. Wow. Oh, dick jab. Nice. What the hell? Fucking god damn it. I ducked that shit. Hi, JWD. Okay. Oh, that's not what I wanted. I want the grab. Miguel wins again. You're not wrong. Oh! Ah! Ah! Fuck. What the hell was that punish? Oh! Whatever. Okay, I know that's large punishable. I know it's -15. He's dead. Okay. I'll take it. Dick jab again. Ah, that's plus? Okay. Oh! Okay, we got him. He never saw the 2-2-2 coming. Hey. Ah, fuck, I tried whip punch. Savage 4 is neutral on block. Oh my god. Ah! Damn, I'm good. Damn, I'm bad. Oh! I thought he would panic. I thought he wouldn't hit a button. I wanted to go in the back turn and then force a mix-up. I wanted to grab. Just let me fucking grab. He whiffed the jab. Oh. I thought it was, I thought I was out afraid to get hit there. I tried doing the 3-2 to launch him. Lucky that a lot of B ranks, so progress can be made quick. Oh, you got sent back to B4? Ugh. High replay is also in the game. Stupid ass character only does setups that can't be beat for entire rounds. Especially if you're playing Siegfried. I mean, if you're playing Siegfried, just good luck, right? Okay. I guess I deserve it. Okay. I don't know why I'm not launching. Like, I'm hitting the 2 button. I'm just not hitting the down forward button. What is he on? I have no idea how that hit him. Nice whiff.
Why do you hesitate? Fight!
Okay. Okay. I was thinking about hop kicking there too. I forgot about the punch parry. Wow, that counter hit my hop kick. How in God's name? I'm so pissed! What the hell am I playing? Like, I made all of the right calls and I fucking got hit anyway and died. It's just like I'm playing Soul Calibur. I made all the right calls and I died anyway. Played Soul Calibur once on Monday and was reminded why I stopped playing. That's every time I play Soul Calibur 2, yeah. I've noticed that, like, every Soul Calibur player on my friends list also isn't playing Soul Calibur anymore. And, like, that tells me, yeah, I need to stop trying. I need to stop even trying. Tekken's being Tekken. Yeah, but, yeah. I mean, I said at the beginning that was 2 frames of rollback, actually. It should have just been a sign. If there's 2 frames of rollback, just don't play. Oh, man, I want to open this box. I'm gonna open this box in, like, half an hour. I really want to open this box. I have it right here. It's right here, and I wanna open it so bad. It's just, ugh. What's in the box? A bunch of Blaze Blue stuff from Japan. All right, Miguel again. I'm gonna beat his ass this time. He's not gonna see it coming. Check this out. Hop kick. Nice. Okay. Sure. Okay. He hit a button. I did the wrong punish, but he hit a button. It's fine. Like, I could have just hit I could have hit any button except for grab, and I chose to grab. Dude, I can't even react to the woohoo.
Why do you hesitate?
Fucking 2 frames of rollback. What? Okay. Nice. Holy shit, it's Miguel from Tekken. Stand resolve facing the mighty Miguel. True. Nice punch parry. That's safe. Okay, yeah. Yeah. I can't believe that's minus 13. It just has an animation. You know? No mix up, mix up. I tried doing it again. No! Oh my god, this connection. I was ducking! Whatever. I get robbed by this guy. Nice! But I rob him! Okay. That's not what I wanted! What? Fuck off. Okay, I beat his ass. I'm out of here. I'm out of here. I'm gonna be toxic. Miguel would definitely do online moves, I believe it. Did you not see him? Fraud! The only fraud is Miguel. No fraud here. You know what? I can't help myself. I'm opening the box now. I'm opening the box now. I want to open it now. I want to see what's inside. So, okay, the box I'm opening is this. I'm not going to show the outside because it has my address on it. In fact, I can actually take off the receipt. That's the Blaze Blue merch. Yes, it is. I'm taking off the receipt right now. So I don't... there's no way I can fuck it up. Okay, the receipt is off. I don't think there's anything else on here that identifies me. Oh, my zip code is on here. I can fix that. I need a Shopee. I got a Shopee. Okay, now unless you zoom and enhance, there should be nothing on here. Yeah, that's the thing. Okay. I'm opening this box. Best way to do this is probably just going to be the tilt the webcam. So that's what I'm going to do. My desk is a wee bit messy, but you know, it's fine. All right. This is the box. I need my knife. And actually I don't, because there's a hole like right here in the box. So hopefully I don't cut anything. Yeah. Let's put the knife down before I kill myself. CSGO knife? No, it's a normal karambit. It's not like, it's too small to be a CSGO knife. Unless you'd consider a pocket knife to be a CSGO knife. All right. Wow, this is, the way this is packaged is not how I thought it was going to be. There's a slab of cardboard, and it has all of the stuff that I got on it. This is not at all how I thought it was going to work, but you know, it works. So Okay, we're back. I dropped my microphone and then it stopped working. Okay. I've never bought a poster online, so I wouldn't know if that's normal. This is certainly not a normal way. Like, I got, where is it? It's somewhere in here. Yeah, so I got a Tekken and Soul Calibur poster recently, and this is how it was shipped, right? It was just in, like, a cardboard tube in a box. This is just all wrapped in plastic, so it's kind of weird. But let me get the main thing that the main reason why I wanted to get all of this. In fact, it might actually be difficult, but I'll move this out of the way. I'll move that. So, yeah. Okay, no, it just has my name on it. It's fine. Yeah. Thank God. Because that could have been bad. It just has my name. Although it has my middle name, but whatever. So, this was the main thing that I wanted. So this is a collection of every single BlazBlue character in the game in poster form. I believe this is from Chrono Fantasia, I think. So I was looking this up. Chrono Phantasma, that's the one. So, the thing with this is that these, like, if you go on eBay and try to find these, they're like $500 to get the whole set. In Japan, this was $25 for this entire set. And, like, part of me actually just doesn't want to, like, take it out of the wrapping because if I do, I don't really know where I'm going to put it, but I can probably just put it back. So, like, to give you an idea of the scale of these, like, it's every single one in the game. That's how big it is. It's, like, it's pretty big. You got the game with the worst art? I disagree. I think the art for this game is really, really good. Besides, it was between this and the OG BlazBlue, and the OG BlazBlue, 1 only has 11 of these, and 2 looks worse. So, here, let me tilt the webcam back up. So, that's how big it is. And it's every single character in the game. Like, that's Carl. And then, like, Bang, and where's some of the good ones? Hey, there's Tao. There she is. It's definitely not my favorite artwork of Tao, but it's still sick. So this was the main reason I got it, because it's 20 something of these, and they're pretty big, and you can fill an entire wall with these, right? So the idea was I wanted to get these so I had a wall that was just like, that was just the BlazBlue roster. And like for $26 for all of these, it's insane. It's about $1 for each one. These were, when they were released, this set was I think it was 10,000 yen, so about $95. So it's just kind of insane value. Let me just for Loki, let me find Jin. Here's Jin. I think the artwork for these looks great. I hate this Jin. I think it looks great. And man, I'm glad that I like it because oh, here's one to really make Loki happy. Yeah, there's Rachel. They made him look too edgy. Origins already edgy though. I don't know. I like the more like realistic where, oh my god, Noelle is just like, wow. Oh, the platinum one? Wow, the platinum one is fucked up. Like, I don't know if you can see this in the platinum one, but with the platinum one, the edges are all fucked up. Like, you can see aliasing on the image. It's, I don't know if it comes through on the stream, but in real life, the platinum one is completely fucked. Which is definitely for the best. Because platinum is trash. Let's see, where's, I need to find Mew and Lychee. Dude, Bang? Okay, listen. I kind of want to play Bang, right? Platinum fans molding, they should be. They're Platinum fans. Bang looks fucking badass in this one, right? Is it just me? This is the coolest I've ever seen. Sorry, did I say Bang? Bullet. This is the coolest I've ever seen Bullet. She looks great here. I found Mew 12. I don't know if I can say it show it on stream. Her shorts are so weird. I mean, to be fair, they always are. But that's Mew 12. I'm going to stop showing that now in case I get flagged. That's definitely the most egregious one here. Oh boy, another fan favorite. There's Arcune. There's Lychee. She was the last. No, sorry. She was the second to last one. There she is. Arcune is sick, to be honest. Okay, I'm not going to lie to you. The first character that I ever wanted to play in BlazBlue was Arcune. Arcune is pretty cool. But then I saw the monster that he really is, and I'm like, I'd still play him, just not now. I think it's too much effort for that, not that much reward. That's true as well. He has a lot of effort. As fucking annoying as he has a lot of effort. So anyway, those were the BlazBlue posters. So this was my main reason for getting this, right? Because the absolute cheapest I have ever found on eBay was like 127 bucks with from Japan with free shipping. This was 26 bucks, and then shipping by itself was 30. Well, it was 35. So even with shipping, it was cheaper than anything I've ever found getting it on eBay or like in the West just in general, right? These I'm going to make my own frame for, and I'm going to put them on my wall, and I'm just gonna have an entire BlazBlue wall with just the with like what I want to do with these is I want to make my own frame, and I want to essentially like recreate the layout of the whatchamacallit, the Chrono Phantasma, that's the one. The character select, and just have it on my wall with these posters. It's gonna be a logistical nightmare, but that's what I want to try doing. I think that would be really, really cool if I can get it to work. So, because there was $35 of shipping, I don't see where that could work. You just like put them in the same order. You'd have to buy a really small character select. No, you just like my idea is that you have a frame that has the same shape, like an octagonal shape, and then you put the posters in the same location as they would be on the character select. It's just the only problem is I don't know if I actually would have enough room. You're gonna need a big ass wall. Yeah, that's the thing. If I can do it, it would be like floor to ceiling. But there's also a problem where, like, depending on where I move, it might not actually have the space. But that's what I want to do with them, because if I can get it to work, it would be so sick. It would be so cool. Anyway, so because of the price of shipping, I got a couple of other things as well. God damn it, I hit my keyboard. Whatever. So I got 3. I keep hitting my keyboard. I got 3, like, what are these called? Tapestries. And a poster. A cloth poster. So I'm going to open these first, because the last one isn't a Blaze Blue thing. So this is where it gets into the territory of maybe I shouldn't show what I got, but I'm going to show it anyway, because these were like $5. So the first one, I actually don't know if I can show this. Oh, like you can see it through the background. Is like this Noel thing. This was $4, right? If I get this on eBay, it's like $20. So I was like, okay, I have to if it's $4. But yeah, I don't know, like, yeah, it's this is huge. What the hell? This is gigantic. Anyway, I don't think I can show this anymore. But that's one. That's definitely like the worst one that I got. But I was also again like, it's $4. That's like the type of design you'd add on a body pillow. It is. It really is. If this was more than $4, I wouldn't get it. But I got it solely for the reason that it was $4 and I had to pay for shipping anyway. And if there was ever a point in my life where for whatever reason I play Noel, I mean, I guess like I play Mew. So I kind of do. That was part of my justification. But if I ever do, I would be upset that I didn't get that when I saw it for $4. You know? So, because otherwise on eBay, I see it for like 20. So I just got it. The second one, the resties are better. The second one, yeah, this isn't upside down. The second one is Mew. This is much smaller. But this is just a Mew-like, you know, render, right? Which I think looks pretty cool. I'm a fan of it. I don't care for Mew's design. But, like, I play the character. I think she's a cool character. Based on the little I know of the lore, I like her as a character. It's just, like, I think her design's pretty shit, but I can get over it. It does look nice, thank you. Again, $5. Like, how could I say no? Now, this one was like 15. But I also only see it on eBay for like 70, if it's on eBay. So I was again like, you can see a pattern here. I was again like, I have to get this. So this is a much, wow, that's actually bigger than the Noel one. This is Mew, but like on a tapestry. Yeah. Which I like, again, I like it. It's, at least it's not Mew's default design as well. That's actually a body pillow design. Yeah, you know, like seeing it online, I wasn't thinking that, but now when I unwrap it like this, it's 100% a body pillow design. But it's on a tapestry, so it'll just go on the wall. So it's not like, it's not that bad. I don't personally, I like this design a hell of a lot more than the default Mew design. I don't know about you, but I think this looks a lot better. Cause you know what it reminds me of? Oh shit, you know what it reminds me of? Hold on. I didn't even connect the dots because I was like, for some reason, this doesn't seem like it's kind of egregious, but at the same time, for some reason, something in the back of my brain is like, I've seen this before, and it's actually not that bad. You know what it is? Where is it? There you go. It's just this. Elisa has this. Look. It's the same as Elisa. That's why I wanted to play Mew. It's the same thing. Anyway. I wish this was an alternate, like, an alternate whatchamacallit. Like, outfit, I guess? Like what Noelle has? It does say Chrono Phantasma, so maybe it is in Chrono Phantasma. I don't know, I've never played it. But anyway, that's what I meant by shrine, right? Cause I have like two. It's not. That's a shame. It looks a lot better. So I have like two Mew 12 things and a Noelle thing that's just going that huge and are just going to go on my wall. So that's what I meant by shrine. It's just a pajama design for a body pillow. I mean, that's also just Mew 12's design. I'm convinced it got copied over. I wouldn't say that you're wrong, but I've also not seen anything like that. So I don't know. So I got one more thing. This is not BlazBlue related. This is not BlazBlue related. It is a cloth poster that I saw, and I was like, you know, I actually don't want to get this. But there's a big reason why I got it. And you'll see as soon as I open it. I'm going to reveal the full thing. Wow, this is actually just cloth. You're gonna sell it for $200. I mean, I could sell these posters for $500, but... Oh, wow, it has like a piece of paper to protect it. All right. This is actually fairly small. This is the cloth poster. This is really weird, this like fabric. Stitching. This is it. So the reason I got this is because you see in the top right corner. Sorry, my webcam is flipped. The top right corner, it's Soul Calibur 5. This is supposed to be Pyrrha from Soul Calibur. I do not see the resemblance. This is not Pyrrha. But the thing is, Soul Calibur has so little merchandise that I saw this and I had to get it. Just to have something that's Soul Calibur, right? Because they have nothing. There's also a like a Sophitia sort of tapestry that came out with Soul Calibur 6. I can't find it anywhere nowadays. If it was on there, I would have got that 100%. But like, I had to get this just because it's Soul Calibur. And also, I like, the little bit I played Soul Calibur 5, I played Pyrrha. So, like it doesn't resemble Pyrrha to me at all. But at the same time, it's a Soul Calibur thing, and it's a character that I played. Like, I have to, even, like normally, if this didn't have the Soul Calibur thing on it, I wouldn't get this. Like, I just don't have it, but it's Soul Calibur. I had to. I couldn't not get it. And again, it was like $5. Apparently, from what I understand, there was a, this is a Yeah, it says Queensgate. This is like a collaboration with Queensgate. I don't know what the fuck Queensgate is. But Soul Calibur had a crossover with them, and with it, they made Ivy and Pyrrha figures. And with the Pyrrha figure, this was a bonus that you got for buying the figure. So I don't have the figure, but I have this. So I thought it was cool. Just like anything Soul Calibur related, if I can get my hands on it, I'm getting it. So that's everything that I got though. All in all, the total with shipping was $100 for all of that, which I think was a pretty good deal. Especially with how gargantuan these things are. Like, this thing is huge. Look, okay, I'm gonna stand up. It's on the floor. This is like 5 feet tall. It goes to almost my neck. It's insane. The only thing I'm disappointed in is that I saw there was Mina stuff from samsho that I didn't even think of when I was buying this stuff, and I would have got that as well. And you know, I was thinking about it last night as well, and I realized something. I realized that there's probably King of Fighters stuff as well. I realized that there's probably Whip stuff. There's almost certainly Vanessa stuff. And there's almost certainly B. Janet stuff. And I'm too afraid to look, because I'm going to look at it and I'm just going to end up wanting to spend more money. I'm going to be like, oh, I can spend like $100 again on all of these things. And that just sounds like a recipe for disaster. So I don't dare look. But that's what I got. If I ever get more, I'll unbox that as well. But yeah, like, I think it's all pretty cool. Unfortunately, I can't hang any of those tapestries up though until I move, for obvious reasons. So they're just gonna kind of sit there for a bit. But they'll be cool when I like move. Oh man. Now I just gotta figure out where I'm going to put all of this stuff, but that'll be for later. For now, my break is done. We go back to Tekken. Did I save that? Did I accidentally save that abomination? Please tell me I didn't. You know what? I won't know unless I pick it, because there was no picture. May have taken 2 rank downs, but I've now improved as a player. Hell yeah. That's all that matters, right? I found an unrelated but incredible image. All right, let's see it. Oh my, oh, that's so sad. I mean, like, you're an idiot, but also that's so sad. There's so much wrong with that image. And it's not just the cleanup, it's absolutely their fault. Well, yeah, but it's so sad. Think of all of the time they're gonna have to spend. Yeah, you feel bad for them, and it's in their car, so they're not even going to be able to use their car until they fix it. It's finally clicked. I don't need to use frames to try and frame trap everyone. The Siegfried player not doing AGA, the frame trap? It's unheard of. But you know, a lot of people in Soul Calibur don't make that connection though. That's why Soul Calibur players can't play Halmaru. But yeah, absolutely right. Okay. Is there a little like? What the hell is that little black thing that's... Oh, because I didn't adjust my webcam. There we go. They all just hop kick. The Law player and the Miguel player, all of them. I didn't duck. The DSS cancel. Okay, mid, sure. It's probably gonna stink unless they put in some serious work. Yeah, like even after they clean it up. Okay. Okay. Oh yeah, that's launch punishable in this game. I always revert back to Tekken 5. There we go. So Francis was using 2A every time I used Siegfried 4B to stuff any follow-up I would normally do, like AB or 888 beat me out of it. That just sounds like, wow. Wow, how is that even happening? This connection sucks. It's a Law player, so of course it does, but Jesus. Okay. I thought I was gonna go low. Eventually I learned the back step after the back four, make him whiff, and got a free AB. Well, Siegfried's biggest strength is his ability to use bigger pressing moves without having to commit, so I should start using it more. What the fuck is this guy doing? Okay, whatever. I'm not playing this again. That was terrible. Even the menu felt like it was laggy there when I tried going down. Whatever. Maybe I need to... I'm almost at a point where I feel like I need to restart the game. I don't know. %2 disconnection rate.
Get ready for the next battle.
Ah. I see why now. Still mad at my second rank down because to Tier, who always woke up with 6 BB and had predictable GI setups. Yeah, that's the worst, right? The only thing he was good at was abusing life. Yeah, that's what I was about to say. Like, it's like the most frustrating thing. It's just like playing against someone that you know you shouldn't be losing to, but losing only because they're doing like 1K. And it sounds like everyone's playing Soul Calibur today. Maybe I should get on the same boat. Maybe I should suffer with everyone else. I knew his every move, download him completely, almost got back 2 from him. But then set switched in his favor, and now here we are. What is this guy doing? I just beat him with forward 4, and I'm not playing Jin. I mean, I constantly say this, but this is why Soul Calibur 6 tier lists so like stupid and they're so shit, at least in North America and Europe, is because you don't really play Soul Calibur when you're playing online in North America and Europe because the connection is so bad. Like, if you look at a Korean tier list or a Japanese tier list for Soul Calibur 6 and compare it to a North American or Europe one, it is like the polar opposite. And it's because, you know, in Korea and Japan, they actually play Soul Calibur. In North America and Europe, you don't play Soul Calibur, you play I'm just going to mash buttons all day online, because being minus doesn't mean shit when you can't actually defend properly. Speaking of tier lists, I recently found out in Japan they think Happy Chaos is actually mid. I don't know anything about Strive, so I can't say anything. Okay. What the hell? Whoop. Okay, well. I don't know what this guy's doing. I know that Happy Chaos for a long time was considered like the best character in the game, like broken. But I don't know. I have no idea how it is now. That was just on release. Hi, crazy how people in NA think he's extremely broken, but Japanese people thought it was whatever. It was the same in Soul Calibur with Zaselmel. Like in NA, people thought that Zaselmel was like broken. Like best character in the game broken. It was sometime in season 2. I don't remember when, but they buffed him. And people in NA were like, oh my god, he's amazing. And in like Korea and Japan, they were like, I mean, he's all right. He's good, but he's not top 10. It's because Japanese players actually lab. And NA players don't. It depends on the game as well. Like, I mean, in Soul Calibur, pro players don't fucking lab for shit. But in other games, they do. It's just like, it depends on the game. Ooh, that was counter hit. Fuck labbing. Yeah, exactly. See what I mean? That's why a lot of these characters, like, they have a lot of, like, very specific, whatchamacallit. He hot kicked, alright. A lot of specific matchup knowledge that you really have to lab out to figure out, but once you know how it works, then a lot of the problems with the character become not so difficult to deal with anymore. But again, just in North America, for whatever reason, people just fucking hate labbing. So that's why a lot of people in North America are shit in a lot of matchups that are like that. Like Zaselmel's one of them. Happy Chaos is probably one of them then. That's what it always comes down to. Ah! Okay. The first time in the history of this game where okay, this is ridiculous. The first time in the history of this game where Kunimitsu's up 3 has actually been useful. Labbing is only fun when I'm learning my character. Me personally, I disagree. I like labbing characters a lot. I think it's really fun. If I lab Vodo, I'd never lose to him because his mains suck. No, you'd still lose to him because like every Vodo player is playing on some shitty fucking Wi-Fi. Oh, that wasn't a whiff punish? Yeah, excuse me. Okay, that works. Hey, Yoshi strats. Ugh. Okay. Ooh. Bop. Ah. That's a fucking high. I don't have experience in games where the player base for various regions have differing tier lists, so I wouldn't know. Fair enough. Yeah, Tekken, for the most part, doesn't have varying tier lists. Soul Calibur definitely does. Soul Calibur tier lists, like, depending on the region you're looking at, can be the exact opposite. Which I think just kind of goes to show how well balanced the game is. But okay. Ah. Yeah, that's a whip punish. All right. All right, check this out. Damn, he's good. Damn, he's bad. Nice. Got his ass. Okay. Hey. Second hit hits, third hit's guaranteed. On counter hit. Just on counter hit. He's still going. He's still going. Okay. Armor move. Don't duck. What the hell? I'm just trying to have fun like you. Don't gotta be so rude about it. Okay. Oh, the flying knee? Yes! He never saw the third hit coming. Okay. I didn't realize I couldn't step there. I didn't know that was +8. Nice counter hit. Saw it coming a mile away, Buster. Nice block. Hey, got him again. Whoop.
Why do you hesitate? Fight!
Okay, well, just let me hit you with the funny. No. Okay, we got him. Nice. Ah. Nice, we got him. Phew. That up 3 was sick. All right. I'm figuring out accidentally more ways to use up 3, and I'm liking it. I don't know why I've been using it so much now, but I'm starting to like it. It really can be useful for resetting neutral as long as you get a good read.
Your nightmare has begun. Fight!
Okay, well. He didn't do the chain grab. Oh my god. Got him. You thought you could launch me? You thought you could poke me? Okay, well, like every time on round start. I keep breaking 1+2. Okay. Got him. Oh, he broke it. Nice. Wow. Nice Sue. I thought I was gonna spring kick there. I thought it was back turn. I thought it was back turn. So I tried doing a back turn hop kick, but it's fine. I thought I was off axis there. Nice. Just in range. Oh, I tried crouch canceling into an armor move there, but it didn't quite work. That's not whiff punish. I'm sorry to say, but your whiff punishing is not that good.
Get ready for the next battle.
Oh. Like, it's funny, don't get me wrong, but
Your nightmare has begun.
okay. There we go. Boop, boop, boop. Wait for it. There we go. Ah. That would have been guaranteed if he, actually don't know. I know it's I know it hits if they do something on the ground. I just don't remember what. Nice. Get him to the wall. Ah. Nice, Sue. Oh, what the hell? I want up 3. There we go.
Why do you hesitate?
All right, let's go back turn. I knew he was going to do that. I don't know why my second 2 didn't come out, but whatever. Oh. Take it. Ah. Damn, I don't know why I didn't go over his head. Oh, I thought that was tip range. Damn. It's probably tip range on like the 3. Ah, nice. Ooh, he fucking floated me. Ouch. Nice. Ah. Wow, what a block. He didn't launch me, though. Nice. Oh, I didn't get the float. Okay. Oh, it's all guaranteed at the back. Oh. Wait, no, they nerfed that, right? It's not guaranteed anymore, right? Oh, yeah, they did nerf it in the last patch, didn't they? You can duck now. Ah, whatever. He didn't. The reason everyone called the character name is because you're using stream mode. I forgot about that. Yeah.
Your nightmare has begun. Fight!
Honestly, I would use stream mode even if I didn't stream. I don't want to see anyone's names. I don't know why. It's just something in my head. I think the thing is that, like, because this happens in Soul Calibur, I know. If I see someone's name and I think I remember it, I automatically have, like, a negative reaction. Like, I'm already gonna go into the game annoyed. Oh, what the hell? I tried step guarding. Cause like I'll go into the game and I feel like I'll recognize someone's name and I'll recognize it because I remember them having a bad connection. I'm like, fuck this guy, you know, or something like that. Man, I wanted to do the grab when I was back turn. I keep like. Okay, well, we can't have fun then, huh? I thought that guy was just obsessed with Miguel. It is funny how it's all in capital letters, huh? Oh my god. What the hell? My third 3 didn't come out. Whoa! There, nice. He tried grabbing me. Get the hell out of here. Hop kick. Oh, I tried hop kicking when he dick jabbed. Ah. Oh! Oh! What the hell was that option? You fucking hop kicked? If I would have just finished the string, I would have floated you.
Get ready for the next battle.
Fucking. Oh. You're supposed to eat the 50-50!
Your nightmare has begun. Fight!
Okay. What the hell? I hate that that's only natural on counter hit. Yeah, I know what your game is. I can't believe that launches. That's a full launcher. Got him. Nice, good block. Hey!
Why do you hesitate? Fight!
Woohoo! Tip range! Ah! Nice. Aw. Ooh. Hey, he didn't think I was gonna finish the string. He thought I was going to Catan, and then he was gonna rage art and think he could kill me, even though I could just hop over his rage art. No, I finished the string. I'll be -9. I don't care. What are you gonna do? Step it? I hit you. You're not gonna step it.
Your nightmare has begun.
All right. In the air. He didn't launch. He's also neutral guarding. Got him. Oh, God. Oh, what a sidestep! That was insane! Ooh, yes! All right. Oh, that was a close one. Oh my God, all of that hit him. Okay. Oh. You can't stop the party train. You can't stop the party train. Ah. Got him. Got him again. Ah, fuck. Nice. Oh. Do you know Kunimitsu is a grappler too? Hey, Armor King! Hey, Armor King! Did you know Kunimitsu is a grappler too? And guess what? She's better at grabbing than you! Oh, what a loser. King deserves to be outclassed by every character in every way, except for popularity, apparently. Okay then. My sword against King is eternal and frankly unreasonable. Unreasonable? It's that bad? How can it be that bad? How can it be unreasonable? Excuse me? Purely out of curiosity. I'm playing one game against this person purely. I'm morbidly curious. Oh dear God. His profile image is of the TF2 soldier. This guy is old. This guy's like my age. The character's apparently like mid-high tier at best, but I remain convinced that pre-nerf Leroy and Fog were more fun to deal with. Okay, yeah, that is unreasonable. You are not wrong. Holy shit, it's like I'm playing Melty Blood. Okay, let me just tell you that legitimately, right? Okay, this is going to be a point of learning here. Because my experience with playing Melty Blood is almost this exactly. And the thing is, with Tekken, because this is Wi-Fi, right? This is Wi-Fi. I can avoid playing games like this in Tekken because there's a Wi-Fi indicator. I cannot do it in games that have rollback netcode like Melty Blood because it just doesn't have a Wi-Fi indicator. It has a jitter and ping indicator, but they don't work properly. Like, they don't actually act as they're intended to. So, like, the problem is, the reason I don't play Melty Blood anymore is because, like, every game I play is like this. Because, like, the games are so bad. That game was so bad, by the way. I don't know if you could see it or not, but the indicator turned from being Wi-Fi to wired. Like, the games get so bad that it's what it feels like the majority of the time. And that can be completely eliminated if there's just Wi-Fi indicators. That's why I prefer Tekken's netcode. Not netcode, sorry. The netcode is shit. But playing Tekken online over the majority of fighting games that have rollback netcode is solely because Tekken has a Wi-Fi indicator. So I don't have to deal with any of that. The game, no, I don't care how good the netcode is. I will always take a game with delay-based netcode with Wi-Fi indicators than a game with rollback without them. Because it's just a better experience online. And that's why. Like, that's what you're avoiding by choosing to not play against people who play on Wi-Fi. Right? But you play on rollback, you go in the beginning, people like that like half the time you play. Especially if there's been like a new DLC character or something that's come out and there's been an influx of players. It's abysmal. And it's just not fun to play. Okay. Okay. Nice punish. Nice. Good block. Wow.
Why do you hesitate?
Okay. Wow. I don't think he can play on Player 2 side. Nice.
Descend into despair. Fight.
Oh, what the hell? I thought that was large punishable. Oh, right, that doesn't knock down anymore either. Jesus. Anyway. Goodbye. Typical Mishima player. Ah, Kunimitsu is a female. Gonna go posting on the Tekken subreddit. I fucking hate the waifus in this game. I hate the art. Stop posting the artwork. Fuck women. Sorry. It just feels like that sometimes, genuinely.
Get ready for the next battle.
Laws? How the fuck do I sidestep this guy again? I need my sidestep shot. Sidestep right, crouching stance, sidestep left. Okay, got it. Thank you, me from the past. Okay. Oh, he's still considered crouching there. Okay. Nice block. Right, that's mid now. Ah. Okay. What the fuck was that? He did the demon flip. Isn't that launch punishable? What? That's not minus 14? Oh my god, the second hit. Huh? I didn't get to go in his hands? Why?
Why do you hesitate? Fight!
That was counter hit. Okay. I don't, this guy is very weird. Oh, no. Like, I have the health lead. How the fuck? What? Okay, I'm not playing this guy again. Fuck this. This is... What the hell? Like, I was mashing 1+2 so I could do the low, and it just didn't... Like, nothing happened. Fuck this. Okay. Like between the not being able to launch punish up forward 3 and all of that, nah, I'm good. Oh, what the hell?
You shall make a fine sacrifice.
All right. Oh, this ping sucks. Okay. There's no way I'm reacting to back two on this connection. Ah! I tried getting the forward 2 punish. Good punish. Okay. I tried using 2 as a keep out there. Okay. I was just holding back to try to get up, and I couldn't get up there. Like, that felt guaranteed. That was so weird. Like, I wasn't trying to stay on the ground. I was trying to... Okay, no, I'm not playing this guy again. This connection is awful. What the hell? Okay. Got him.
Why do you hesitate? Fight!
I appreciate that he's trying to do electric. Oh my god, the lag. Wow. Good on my end. Okay. Nice. Oh, I can't believe I was actually able to whiff punish that. I thought I was gonna get hit because of how bad this connection is. Okay. Wow. I don't know what. Okay. I don't know how I option selected that on this connection. I don't know how. I have no idea. That was crazy. I don't know how I did that.
You shall make a fine sacrifice. Ready for the next battle.
As long as it's not a 4-bar. As long as it's not a 4-bar. It's fine. It's okay. Just don't be a 4-bar. That's it. He's playing his intro, okay. Ah, it's a 5-bar. Okay, we're good. Ooh. Nice, ooh, the counter hit. Okay. All right, sidestep to his back. Ugh. Wow, that whiffed. Less range than I thought. No duck? Really? Ooh! The crouch confirm! Like, I don't know why I didn't just punish that and kill him. I for some reason, I thought the rage drive was 13. Okay, that was him. There you go. Ooh, very nice. Counter hit? No. There, nice. All right, I'll take it. Yeah, that wasn't too bad. I could duck the highs. That's all that really matters, right? I guess I could also... No, parrying Huarong's kicks is a bad idea. He'll float you so easily because Huarong players just hit buttons. Yeah, backdash yourself to the corner. Okay. Oh, he got me out of the air. Nice. Nice. There we go. Nice there. He's done. Fantastic armor move. Okay. Jab, jab. Try jabbing that. I mean, I know you did last round, but we're not gonna worry about that. Wow. What an option. All right, that's like minus... Might be 12, actually. Oh, wow. It was considered airborne. That's rough. Ah.
Why do you hesitate?
Tried to just go for a gap in the string and it didn't work. Nice. Nice. Okay. Oh. Okay. I'll take that. Go up. Come down. Oh, fuck. Okay, I'm just gonna go down. Up, up. To the wall. Nice. Ooh. Okay. Oh, wow. Oh, he canceled it? Oh, he caught me trying to sidestep. Oh, and then I forgot it because it was low. Nice. Woohoo, he whiffed. Oh, I crouch canceled that. I don't think you can do that in crouching. I crouch canceled that. Maybe you can do it in crouching. I can't remember. If I crouch canceled that, I'm amazing. If I didn't, then it was, I mean, I still got the reads. So I don't care. All right. What? Okay. Ah! Tried going for the fancy punish. Oh! I was off access. We both canceled there. Okay. Okay. Oh, that was so sick. Yeah, nice armor move, nerd. What if I just do some Yoshi strats?
Why do you hesitate? Fight!
Little Superman punch never hurt anyone. Except when I have a bad Superman punch. Nice. Oh, I went for the 4 as well. But he was on it. Got him.
Descend into despair. Fight!
Oh, nice. Oh, fuck. Jesus. I can't win. Nice. Oh, he's not dead. Oh, now he's dead. The flippy nippy.
Get ready for the next battle.
It was a crouch cancel in my heart. Yeah, that's why I'm going to lab it later. No, maybe I shouldn't. Yeah, I'll just say it was a crouch cancel. It'll always be in my heart. I'll never know. I should lab it though. Okay. Whoa, rollback. Oh, I thought the wall was closer. Oh, I hit the follow-up as well. Check this out. Backdash? Nope. Okay, never mind. Nice blue spark. Damn. Nice. Bop, bop, bop. Tackle him. You know, why doesn't Kunimitsu just stab him? Why doesn't Kunimitsu just stab him when he's on the ground? Like, she has a nut, just like Negan. What the hell is happening outside? Oh, wow, he launched me. Nice. There we go.
Get ready for the next battle.
You think you get down 3-4 me? You may have done it every single time, but not this time. All right. Didn't do the high there. That's... Woohoo! Nice. Ah! I like how he's not finishing the rage drive now. It's very interesting. What? That should have been a punish. Nice. Okay. Oh my god, the noise! Oh, he tried to tackle me.
Why do you hesitate? Fight!
Crouch, there we go. Ah. Forgot what the input was. Oh. Okay, that's fine, that's fine. Okay. Pop. Ah. Pop. I didn't dare risk the parry that time. I thought that because he hasn't been finishing the rage drive all of these times, because he did it that time, I thought he was going to delay it and then whiff punish my parry. But he just did the back one, which is fine.
Your nightmare has begun. Fight!
Okay. Oh! I should have stopped while I was ahead. Now I'm really behind. Oh! Ah!
See how you tremble. Fight!
Nice. Nice. Good block. Oh, I guess I should have just hit 4 then. It's minus 14.
Why do you hesitate? Fight!
Ah. Nice. I saw the crouch there, so I finished it. Ah. Fucked up. I guess I could have parried the last hit, huh? Okay, he keeps breaking 2. There we go. All right. Patience.
Bend into despair. Fight!
Okay. Ooh. Up, up. Ooh, the chop. The almighty chop. Oh, that was so sick. Wow, the patience. Oh, nice. That was really good. Okay. Okay. Oh! Damn it. I just lost like 6 mix-ups. Ah! I just lost 6 mix-ups in a row. Ah! Oh well. I can't blame him. I'm backwards plus. What am I gonna do if it hits? You know, it's just like I thought he was just gonna do the down 34. I thought as soon as I stood up, he was gonna do down 3-4, and I was just gonna be dead. Like, I just... Damn it. Nice, good punish. I did the fucking crouch dash too. Ah! Hello, Sin. Okay. Oh, I didn't want to finish it. I'm pressing back! Okay.
Why do you hesitate?
Ah. Nice. Okay. Oh. Oh. Oh, the counter hit. Oh. Oh, yes. There we go. Him with the low. Oh, that was so sick. Oh, that wasn't a whiff punish? Oh. There we go. I tried going for instant while running 3. And, I got 4-3. I just found out. Oh, I'm so sorry, Sin. Oh, I'm so sorry. Like, I want to say I hope you're doing okay, but I can't imagine that you are. I'm so sorry. God damn it. You see the guy in like the top left there? He just fucked me so hard. It was his move. Oh, come on. There we go. Got him. All right, back turn. Okay, nice jumping. Ah, I didn't know I was in crouch. Okay. The punish wouldn't kill, so I did the mix-up. Completely on purpose. Nice. I didn't duck it. Wow, I can't parry that. Okay. Crying on and off for 2 hours. I imagine. Thankfully, I don't know what that's like, but at the same time, I like. Yeah. Oh my god. Like, all I know is that I'm sure it's hard, but I can't relate, so I can't really like say anything or give advice. I can just say I'm sorry.
Your nightmare has begun. Fight!
Oh my god, the homing. The homing. He made me dick jab. That's the first time he's made me dick jab, and he made me do it. Ah. He did the low. I thought I was gonna do a mid, like some kind of mid. Oh wow, that had range. Okay. 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 That's a high. That's plus 12. Okay.
Why do you hesitate? Fight!
All right. Up in the air. Bring him to the wall. Wait for it. Wait for it. There we go.
Very good. Descend into despair. Fight!
Up, down. Okay. Damn it. Oh? Yeah? He thought he could do it again. All right. Come on, 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 come on. Oh, he didn't punish it. Just get the little side step 2 in there.
Get ready for the next battle.
All right.
Your nightmare has begun. Fight!
Oh, you jabbed it! Don't jab it! Okay. There you go. Plus frames. Ah! Oh, come on. Oh, he ducked! You ducked with that much health! You could have just did the 50-50! Just eat the 50-50! Come on, just eat the 50-50. Ooh. You wanna do that again? Oh. That caught my wake up. Okay. Ah!
Why do you hesitate? Fight!
Damn it. Oh, okay. Oh! All right. Somehow I'm making it through this. Ah! There we go. That's what I tried doing last time, but I can't do motion inputs to save my life, apparently. Okay. I don't know why I keep doing that. Oh! I saw armor. I didn't see the homing armor. Ah! Nice. What the hell just happened? Oh, you... Plus frames. He doesn't care. Ah! Okay. She had this ability to make it so couldn't walk, could talk, but she could play video games with her eyes. She could barely move. Oh man. Is it like what's it called? Like cerebral palsy? Or is it like a like an immune deficiency thing, or there we go. Okay, I just need to get one low. Okay, 2 lows. Okay, 3 lows. I can't count, okay? Oop. Oop. Okay. Wee. Oh, come on. I'll take it. Oh, it's muscular oh, okay. Oh, man, that sucks. Man, yeah, because that's not something I know about it, but I don't know too much about. But oof, that's really rough. Like I swore wrong. Looks like Negan. It does, doesn't it? I can kind of see it. I'm not a big Walking Dead guy, so I don't know. Oof. Yeah, like I mean, the thing is, Sin, I just don't want to, like, I don't want to say too much because I don't want to accidentally be a dick, you know? I mean, obviously, feel free to, like, say whatever you like. But yeah, it's just, I was always really proud for, I mean, I imagine, you know, like, living with something like that must be extremely difficult. And scary as well, you know? Like I'm not surprised at all. It's like that having to deal with that every day would be so hard. But it's like, it's also nice that we live in a time where, like, despite that, you can still, despite having something so horrible, you can still find things that you, like, that you want to do, right? That you enjoy doing. Something where you can still find, like, you can still find enjoyment regardless of that, right? Of having that. I guess what I'm trying to say is at least she had a chance to live, you know? Because, I mean, even, like, 50 years ago, if you had that, it like... What would you really be able to do with the technology we had?
Get ready for the next battle.
I have feelings for her, but I never told her. Yeah. I can see how that would, I can understand how that would make it worse. GG's to that Huarong, by the way. Those were fun games. These are not going to be fun games. I'm a romantic, right? So I can't, like, it's not something I can really relate to. So anything that I would normally say, oh, okay. Anything I would, like, say is probably, like, not relatable at all. But, like, for me, like, the way I see it is, like, at least you knew her, right? At least you got to be friends with her. I think that's what, like, to me, that's what really matters. To me, that's more important than anything, you know? So it's like, you know, it might be something that you think about and you, like, you feel like you regret, but you gotta look more at the, at, like, the positive side of it, you know? You gotta look more at the positive side of it, because that's not everything. Like, sure, it's a part of how you remember her, but it's not. And sure, it's something that you might regret, but at the end of the day, what's the most important thing, you know? That's what matters. What's the most important thing about like, how you remember her? And to me, that would be, like, just, like, knowing her in the first place, being her friend. That's what really matters at the end of the day. Cause it could have also been, you know, instead of it being that, it could also be, like, you never, like, whenever you met whoever this person was, you know, you never actually, like, talk to them or got to know them in the first place. You compare those two things, and what would be 1,000 times worse, right? It would be, like, not even getting to know them from the start. So you just have to remember that, you know, you did that. That's the most important part about it. Regret not spending more time with her. Yeah, and you know, that's fair. Like, I get that 100%. but like and you know, that's something that is like, you know, it genuinely is something that's a lot more like regrettable if you like didn't spend as much time with them as you wanted, you know. But again, you always gotta look on the positives. Like, it's so easy to look at the negatives, right? Like, what would I have done different? What would I have rather done? What do I regret? But because that's just how we work, right? That's just how humans work. But you gotta keep the positives in mind too. And I'm like, if you compare the two, like, I don't know who she was or how your relationship was, but like, I'm sure if you compare the positives and the negatives, there are far more positives, and that's what's important to keep in mind. Like, any negatives that you have, you know, you can look at them as like as less about things that you regret and more like life lessons, you know. Like, focus, like for the negatives, just think of them as life lessons, and for the person, focus on the positives. That's my advice. Like it, and you know, like, again, I had, this isn't something that I've ever gone through yet, thankfully. So like, I don't have great advice, but that's just like what mine is, because generally that's what I do whenever I have to deal with something maybe not as like awful as what you're going through, but you know, in the same sort of realm, right? Like, if I just have a friend that, you know, I've grown apart from or I don't talk to anymore, something like that. But I mean, I hope you feel better about it. I really do. Like, either way, it sucks, right? I'm not like, I know it might be like easy for it to sound like I'm saying like it's easy to get over, and I know it's not, and of course it's not, but ugh. I'm gonna go take a break real quick. I need to refill my water and I need to run to the bathroom. I'll be back in like 5 minutes. Oh god, I don't want to step on all my posters. All right, I am back. Yeah. I'm trying really hard not to step on all of these posters. Let's make sure I don't cancel the match here. Kind of upset how I found out I was getting pinged like crazy because people were upset about streaming. I scrolled and found the obituary. Oh my god, that's terrible, man. Fuck. I mean, yeah, that's like it's not the worst way to find out, but man, it's bad. Like the worst way to find out. Ugh. No, that sucks. Oh, I don't want to play on Wi-Fi. Oof. Poop, poop. Okay. All right, I'm going to flip a coin if I play against this Wi-Fi player or not. I lost the coin. I went from decent to crying in 5 seconds. Yeah. I'm surprised you were like, oh god, my headphones. You were able to process it that fast. Another Huarong. All right, is it going to be a 4-bar or a 5-bar? Let's find out. Let's find out. Is it going to be a 4-bar or a 5-bar? Based on the fact that it's syncing right now, I'm not going to be happy, I'm sure. I'm not Seth. It's a 5-bar, okay. Oh, is that supposed to be I'm not Seth? Wait. Oh, God. See, now, this is the part that I was afraid of, where I feel like I'm just going to sound like an insensitive asshole, because I don't... I don't know if it's supposed to be I'm not Seth or I'm not Seth and I'm missing like a joke or something. See, I have a hard time dealing with serious shit. As you can tell, so like I'm sorry, I'm really bad at serious stuff. I'm not the go-to person, you know? Oh my god, my headphones are dying. I gotta turn my headphones off. My headphones are not working properly. They're very staticky. This Huarong has also gone down to a 4-bar. Boop. Plus frames. Okay. Pop. I gotta reset my Bluetooth. My headphones are not working right. I mean, think of like a static TV. That's the sound that I'm getting every time a button is pressed. I'm not fully done processing it, I mean. Oh, I see. Yeah. No, like I don't mean to say it you are, I just mean like when I say process, I mean like I guess the word I'm really trying to say is like I mean processing is the right word. But like I guess understanding what you see, you know, if that makes sense. Ugh. Stab. There's so many noises outside. Is that a snowblower? I'm the only one that can hear it. It's been so loud outside. Might need to reset the queue. I'm actually surprised that disconnecting my audio didn't crash the game. That usually happens.
You shall make a fine sacrifice.
No Wi-Fi. Bad Wi-Fi. Yeah, sure. I don't care. If it's a 4-bar, it's fine. As long as it's not a law.
Get ready for the next battle.
Let's go through everything twice because I thought it was a joke. Yeah, see, that's more what I was like. That's more what I meant. Oh, it's this guy again. All right. Like, I don't know. I'm just thinking, like, if I saw that. I mean, honestly, with one of my friends, I as fucked up as this sounds, I wouldn't really be surprised. Like, it's weird, right? Because, like, I have one friend who's, like, never really been okay, you know? And, like, because of that, if I ended up seeing one day that they were dead, I honestly just wouldn't be surprised. So, it's like, I don't know. It's weird, right? Like, I don't know how I would react. I like one of them I would probably do the same thing. Like it would take me like I would probably be spending like 10 minutes trying to make sure it's the same person that I know and like messaging people, but like another one I'd just be like,
Why do you hesitate?
you know, I really am I saw this coming a mile away. So it's really weird, and like with that one, I don't know how I would feel about it.
Descend into despair. Fight.
He crouched. Bop bop. Oh, come on. I didn't duck. He was back turn. Hit him again. That's a combo. It'll improve my combo damage score. I wonder if dead biting actually does improve your combo damage score. Nice. That actually hit. I think I hit him during his backdash, right? Like, I think I hit him during the 1 frame of crouching. Anyway, he's out of there. That's fine. We played for like half an hour. 45 minutes. We played for a while. He doesn't want to stay. I can't even say he doesn't want to get kunai thrown at him anymore, because I only did it to him once, I think, in our entire set. Do I just play against the Wi-Fi at this point? I'm losing my mind. I'm going to flip a coin and not lose it this time. And if it's heads, I'll play against the next Wi-Fi play. If it's tails, fuck him. It's tails. Never. Never again. I play against the one Middle Eastern Dragonov and the game crashed. And that's it. Never again.
You shall make a fine sacrifice.
Get ready for the next battle.
Oh, first we get the soldier and now we get the engineer. All right.
Your nightmare has begun. Fight!
Okay. He doesn't know what to do. He can't stop the vortex. He doesn't know what to do. God, I love when they have to dick jab me. After a very heartfelt message on Discord, I told her that I loved her and miss her. And her like, you know, her family will appreciate that a lot, I'm sure. You know, like, stuff like that really doesn't matter. Okay.
Why do you hesitate? Fight!
Ooh, low? Delayed neutral hop kick? What the hell? He's insane. Dick jab, okay.
Descend into despair. Fight!
I'm so pissed. That was such a good read. I thought that was minus 12. The down 4 is minus 12. It's minus 15. Ah, Dick jab is way better than it should be. It really is. Oh, the delay into the counter hit. Oh, I'm so good at this game. He left! Oh, these fucking Mishima players. Oh, I fucking waifu characters. Fucking hate these goddamn waifu characters. I fucking hate the female roster. We need all of them out. We need only Mishimas and Jin and Yoshi and Paul and Law and Dragunov and a couple of male characters. Fuck all the female characters. I fucking hate women. Sorry. I'm becoming unhinged again. Anyway, fuck Mishima players, am I right?
You shall make a fine sacrifice.
Sorry, it's just like entertaining me play Tekken. The entire Tekken subreddit then. Around every corner there's an Andrew Tate. Oh my god. Dude, like, I honest to God want to start posting, like, waifu Tekken fan art on the subreddit now, because people get so mad. Like, someone made a post on the Tekken subreddit a couple days ago about, like, official waifu Tekken art, and everyone got so pissed. Like, I don't want to see this shit. Just because it's official doesn't mean that it's right. Oh my god, Lily is 16. Like, motherfucker, who cares? Like, you think you're, oh, I'm in the more right because I'm insulting all of the Lily fans and anyone who made this artwork because the Tekken developers decide to assign the number 16 to Lily. Like, motherfucker, you are not fighting pedophilia. I hope you understand this. Like, you are not doing anything by saying that a fucking drawing where the creator said, oh, the 16 is combating pedophilia. Like, they could have just said, instead of Lily being 16, that she was 18 and not change anything else about her, and it would be exactly the same. Like, or it wouldn't be like they changed nothing else about her, and then all of a sudden, oh, now it's fine because the developers decided that her number is 18 instead of 16. Like, who gives a shit? It's a fucking number that they gave to her, and they gave to her in Japan because, oh, they want the characters to be young. Oh, they want them to be more youthful because the characters being more youthful, like, gets more attention on them in Japan for whatever stupid fucking reason. That's why at all these fucking maid cafes, you have 30-year-olds working there who are like, oh, yeah, I'm 16 years old. That's fucking why. It's the same shit. Like, I'm not saying it's not weird, but it's like, who gives a fuck? Does Lily look like a child? Does Lily look like Rachel? No. Then why the fuck does it matter if, oh, she's 16 in the game? Who cares? Like, oh, you think you're in the more right because you're like, oh yeah, I hate this, oh, I don't want to see it, how, like, you fucking pedophiles and fucking love all of this Lily and she's 16, how could they? They're sinners, we gotta get the Mormons on them. Like, who gives a fuck? Who cares? It's a fucking drawing. It's a fictional character. And these dumb motherfuckers will then say, oh yeah, but like they're in real life, there are 16-year-olds that look like they're 16-year-olds that look like they're adults. Is that fine? Yeah, no, it's not, because you know this fun thing? It's called fiction. Like, what we're talking about with Tekken is fiction. Can you not tell the difference between fiction and reality? Are you stupid? Are you dumb? There's a big difference between being provocative towards a real 16-year-old that looks like an adult and just like a lewd drawing of a fictional 16-year-old that's drawn like an adult who's only 16 because the developers decided to make it that way, even though it doesn't fucking matter, and they could just as easily say the character's fucking 20 and it would make no difference. Like, you wouldn't be able to tell. If anything, it's weird that they're 16 because I don't look like they're fucking 16. Oh god, I'm getting a headache. Oh, these Tekken players are so fucking stupid. They're all dumbasses. Oh, they're all so, like, they're barbaric, dude. They don't have any common sense. That's why they're on the Tekken subreddit. They don't have any common sense at all. They're all fucking stupid. Excuse me. I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. I don't want to see any explicit on my feed. Yeah, that's fair. Like, if they don't tag it not safe for work, then that's fair. But if it's tagged not safe for work, you can just turn that shit off. You don't have to see it. Like, it's not like you. It doesn't have to be on your feed. Just don't have anything that's not safe for work. It's, you know, like.
Why do you hesitate?
Thank you, Seth. I appreciate you. I mean, I'm just trying my best to help, you know. Like, I can't do much, but like I'm just glad if I can do anything, right? If I'm honest, I'd rather someone have the hots for Lily than an actual child. Exactly. Like, it's not. There's no fine line here. I don't care what Tekken player says what. There's no fine line. It is a very solid, clear line. It is fictional or it is real. That's it. That's the line. It's very easy to understand. But apparently Tekken players don't know the difference between fiction and reality. Like, Jin says it every fucking time in his intro. Maybe that's why. Maybe all these fucking weird-ass people on the Tekken subreddit have heard Jin say Koriwa Genjutsu da, whatever the fuck. And they're like, oh shit, no, Tekken's real. Tekken's a depiction of real life. They're using fucking mocap. Okay, actually, Tekken is using mocap, but like, you know what I mean? Like, they're using fucking real models like it's Mortal Kombat 1. Like, I don't know. Like, I think that the real weirdos are the people that can't discern, like, Lily as a fictional character from a real person. Like, they say that the weirdos are the people that, like, draw the lewd artwork of, like, Lily and Shao or whatever. But, like, I think the real weirdos are the people that actually, like, care. Like, if you don't want to see it, that's one thing, that's fine. But if you're like, oh, I'm like it's morally wrong, like, shut up, just shut up. Like, you don't know what the fuck. You're weird. Just shut up. Like, it's not real. Shut the fuck up. They don't look like a child. I'm not even gonna get into the lolly argument either. Like, that's a whole nother thing. I'm not even gonna get into that because it's not relevant. Just shut up. Anyway, I legitimately have a headache now. I'm sorry. I'm unhinged. I'm so sorry for that rant. I don't know where that came from. Damn, Seth's getting canceled again. I like Lily for a bit. I guess I'm going to jail. According to the Tekken subreddit, yeah, according to Tekken players, you're done. Well, at least like North American / European Tekken players. If you ask Japan, like, you see that you've seen that image of Harada with the Lily and Xiao Yu cosplayers. You know, for Harada, it's fine. Like, go to Japan and you'll be fine, because those people actually have, like, a clue on the difference between reality and fiction. Like people in Japan have half a brain, apparently. But fucking North America? Nah, we're all stupid. We don't have an education. Oh, God. Ooh. Okay. So I'm going to stop paying attention to this Brian now. I haven't been paying attention this whole time, and I lost my win streak, and I'm kind of pissed. Okay, well. I could just launch that, right? Oh, he left. All right. Oh, no, he didn't leave. Cool. All right, the real fight starts now. Dude, I need to upload that whole rant and make the title of it like, who cares if Lily's 16? Oh, that would be such a funny title for a video. Who cares if Lily's 16? I don't know why that cracks me up so much, but it does. Oh, the fisherman slap. Wow, that does so much damage. Nice counter hit. I heard the little grunt. Hey! Okay. Wow, nice block. Oh, I thought I was gonna go low for sure. I don't know, you don't care for this, but have internet hugs. I have received your internet hugs, and no, send them back is not the right phrasing. Because that would be like rejection, right? Fuck, I don't know what the word is. Anyway, I got the. Ah! You had so long to whiff punish. You helped a lot. Well, I'm glad I could. You know, like anything I can do, I'm glad that I can. He tried the orbital. Ah! Okay, we can talk about this. Be cool. No, that was fucking down forward 4! Okay. This fucking stuttering ass bitch!
Get ready for the next battle.
Excuse me. I'm becoming unhinged again. I gotta calm down. It's down 4-4! Ah! I don't know how I won. I have no idea. Up in the air. Ah, shit. Fuck you, Ivy. I just realized that's an Ivy move. I just realized that's literally Ivy's 2-2A that lethal hits you. If it hits run counter. Up. That's not what I wanted. Okay. Oh! Yeah. Nice sidestep.
Why do you hesitate? Fight!
Ah! Oh, get put in the blender. Oh, you like to crouch, huh? Huh? This little Brian over here like to crouch.
Get ready for the next battle.
Stab you in the face. Oh, does the Widow Brian not have his mask? Does he not have his face protection? Ah, shit, he does. Ah, I'm dead. Okay, I don't have my face protection anymore. Okay, yeah, you can. Nice. Grab his ass. Yo, you wanted to hit a button. You wanted to hit a button. Ah. What? I didn't think that was gonna kill. Be even more honest, if Lily's age was unlisted, nobody would care. Exactly. That's a great point. If Lily didn't have an age, no one would think that she's 16. And no one would care. Same with Xiao. Oh. Second hit, counter hit. Second hit, counter hit. It's a mid. Oh. Oh. Oh, you crouched. You big bitch. Nice, nice high. Nice high. Be a shame if I ducked it. See, now I've been paying attention. Now we can't take it anymore. Now he's out of there. Now that I'm not losing my mind.
You shall make a fine sacrifice.
Oh, you know what? Okay, I'm going back to being unhinged about Lily for a second. Just for a second. Because I forgot to make this point, but I think it's a very fair point that I just want to throw out. Why is it that if we have a... Hold on. Where the fuck is my example? My green screen! Hold on. Okay, it's back. Okay, anyway. So why is it, right, that if we have... Where the hell? This is going to take forever to find. I'm trying to find this purely based on their feet. Found it. Okay. Here's the last point I want to make. Why is it that if we have a 1,000-year-old vampire, but they look like a child, that's not okay? Like, that's bad. But, like, cause in that case, then it should be the appearance that matters, right? And I agree with that. I agree with that 100%. Who gives a fuck if they say, oh, it's 1,000 years old? It's still, like, it's Rachel. But, like, at the same time, if it's a 16-year-old that looks like an adult, that's also not okay. There's a clear double standard here. Oh, well, none of it's okay. It shouldn't be looks or age. Okay. Yeah, if it's real, then I agree, but this is fiction. Anyway, I'm done. That was the that was it. That was it. Really, I just wanted to show off the poster again. Genuinely, one of the main reasons I wanted to do that because I wanted to show off the poster again. My God, dude, this Noelle one is just like look at this. This is egregious. Okay.
Your nightmare has begun. Fight!
All right, Kazuya, what say you? Good start. He ducked. Okay. Oh, counter hit. Check this out, check this out, check this out. Whoop. Hey, listen, that was a punish. Okay. Yeah, nice perfect electric nerd. We won't do it again. I got a vortex too. I just didn't do it right, but I got a vortex too. Check this out, check this out. Okay, don't. Like, when I say check this out, I'm not being serious. Oh. Okay. Ooh, hit confirm. Ah, punished. No, you're not allowed to punish me. Counter hit. Okay, he never attacks at round start. I'm the only one that's attacking. Wow. Okay. Oh, counter hit confirm. Oh, you fucking idiot. Oh, you dipshit. What the? Why didn't it finish? Oh, what the hell? He was dead. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh! Attack into it. Yeah! Yeah, he doesn't know the second hit's coming. Ah, these fucking waifu characters. I hate all these waifu characters. I hate women. I fucking hate women. It's been every Kazuya play. Like, I said that the first time as a joke, but like every Kazuya player has left after one game now. I fucking no, it's okay. It's just calm. I never understood the lily feet thing. So what if that's what they like? Well, it's less about that and more that like it's in the same realm as law players and Wi-Fi, you know? It's like every Lily player likes feet. And you gotta wonder why. Why is it so consistent? Like, it's one of those things that's like half joking, but at the same time, there's quite a bit of truth behind it, and you're like, why is this a thing? What spawned this? What started this? Well, okay, I know what spawned the meme, but like, it's also just true.
Your nightmare has begun.
Oh god, this ping is high. This is 100 ping. Ouchies. At the same time, who cares? I mean, you're not wrong. I just think it's funny. And it's fun to make fun of it, you know? Like, I don't care. I just think it's funny to make fun of Lily players for it. The same way I think it's funny to make fun of Kazuya players for hating women. Whether or not it's true, it's just funny. At least to me. Okay. Definitely wasn't the most creative way to go in the back turn. Oh, wow. You really don't care.
Why do you hesitate? Fight!
Oh. Okay. Wow. No reaction.
Descend into despair.
They like that. More power to him. No, I don't disagree. Like, I'm glad for Lily plays. You know, they found a community of people who are into the same thing as one another, right? Like, you see the Lily artwork, you know, like, if you're a Lily player or a Lily fan, it must be great. Like, good for them. I'm still gonna make fun of them, but good for them. I don't know what way you step Violet. Oh, this is a bug. This is a bug. He's playing Violet, but the name says Lee. This is a bug. Harada, you need to fix it. That's launch punishable. Ah, the high crush. Ooh. Ooh, he tried dick jabbing. Okay, okay. Ah. Nice infinite kicks, nerd. Ah. Ooh, nice. Ah, it didn't work. Oh, nice. Oh, shit. We traded. Yeah? Oh, the fuck side actually hit. Ah! I don't want to talk about that round. I didn't lose that round. I won that round. I lost the first round. Oh, okay. I don't remember what that is on block. Nice, nice hot kick. Hot kick, spring kick. Play Lily in Tekken 6. Let's just say you're not wrong. I know I'm not wrong. You know, okay, I see why you're defending the Lily players now. Now you've made it very clear. Oh. Oh, okay. Oh, I thought that was gonna hit me because I crouched and it didn't, and then I just hit a button and it worked. I don't know. Oh. Listen. No, you know what? I have nothing to say on Lily. No, never mind. I have nothing to say on Lily. For a second, I thought I had something. I don't have anything to say. I don't know why I thought I did. See, you have funny launcher. I have funny launcher. Spring kick. You literally cannot spring kick. Wow, it didn't kill. It's fine. I outed myself. I'm sorry. See, this is why sometimes you just gotta shut the fuck up. Sorry, that was extreme. I don't know where that came from. I was trying to make a joke out of it, and my mind just went, shut the fuck up. I think it's because this Lee play is giving me so many problems, and he's being very frustrating. Ooh! Okay, listen, I don't want to talk about that round. I didn't lose that round. Nice. Stab. Stab. Okay, well, fine. Like, ruin the fun. Okay, fine. I literally don't know her rage on. I don't know her rage on. Maybe it's down 1+2. That would make sense. He never punishes. Little stab for the rope. Ah, shit. No, wait, hold on. I gotta. There we go. Get him in the toes. It took me 3 times, but I had to prove a point there. I had to show him that just because he blocks it, well, he didn't even block it. Just because he hop kicks me doesn't mean I'm not going to stab him in the toe. I'm an Elisa player. That's what I do. Like, literally players like feet. I like to destroy feet. I smash their toes in. Have you seen down 3? Ugh. All right. Ugh, I think I'm good on Tekken. So, when I come back, I gotta run to the bathroom. But when I come back, so I don't know if anyone else has seen, but there's been like a trend that's been starting, in the FGC, and by in the FGC I mean on like a couple of YouTube channels, that started with Lord Knight, and then went to Sajam. And then it went to JM Cross. And now I'm going to do it because I feel like this is going to be something that's going to be very commonplace and I think fits me very well. Is that they have made YouTube videos about all of their mains and ranking all of their mains. And I feel like this is a trend that relates to me very hard because, you know, this is my intermission screen. So, I saw it and I wanted to do it, and it like I was just lazy making the tier list template, but I've done it. So I have 42 characters from here. There are a couple that aren't here that should be, but they're just like the non-included because I forgot. Listen, I got tier list. I'm going to go through it quickly because it's a lot of characters, but I'm gonna do that when I come back. I just gotta go to the restroom. But seriously, if really players like it, why meme it? Because it's funny. Are you telling me that like if we say about like law players with Wi-Fi, or like the elitist Kazuya players, or just Mishimas in general, that's not funny? Literally players are just in the same realm as that. Like the horny Tira players. I mean, come on. You know, I'm a Tira player, but you gotta, you know, because it's just true. Like, if it's true, it makes it funnier. Anyway, I'll be back in like 2 to 3 minutes. All right, I am back. Let me close Tekken here real quick and set up the tier list. So something else with the actually let me finish this up real quick and let me change the stream info. Ranking all my mains. And then put this in just chatting. All right. I completely forgot to set this up before streaming as well. And then we're going to do okay. I got it. I'm good. I'm moving everything down. I am switching to display capture as soon as I get everything good. Okay, so here's another thing about these videos, right? So like they've mostly been about like how strong the character is. Okay, actually, let me start from the beginning here. So let me get display capture up. So here's the list, right? Here's the list I made. 42 characters. These are all characters that I would consider my mains. What I would consider my mains might differ from someone else's. What I consider a main is a character that I have played enough and labbed enough that I would feel comfortable playing them in a tournament. And for me, that's a lot of characters, just because I like playing a lot of characters. And I like playing a variety of characters. Like, I get bored just playing 1 or 2 characters. So, like, for me, like, a character I would consider a main, a lot of other people might consider, like, a secondary. But for me, like, the problem with a main is I don't really have any mains generally, because I will, like, play whatever might be considered my main. Like, Elisa, for instance, would probably be considered my main in Tekken. But, like, I might play her for a week, and then I'll go play Yoshimitsu for 2 weeks and not touch Elisa, you know? So, it's, like, if we're going by the character that I play most in a game, then that definition of a main, then obviously, you know, like, I can't have this many. But my definition of that is very different. Like, what I would consider a secondary is a character I play, like, every now and then just to fuck around with, just to have fun. Great example. In fact, the only example I can really think of off the top of my head, Warden in samsho. Warden in samsho would be a character I consider a secondary, because I don't really lab them. I don't really, like, try with them. It's just, like, I play the character sometimes to fuck around with them. Like, Leo or Shao in Tekken, maybe, I would consider secondaries, because I'll play them, like, on occasion, fuck around with them, and I find them fun, but I don't, like, seriously play them, you know? And, so that's how I feel about mains. That's why I have so many here, is because I play a lot of characters and I lab a lot of characters, because that's something that I enjoy doing. So there are a couple of characters, like, if you look at the intermission screen, there are, I believe, 2 characters that aren't here that are on the screen, and those are Chun-Li and Q. And the reason for that is because Chun-Li and Q are there because they are, like, childhood characters for me, you know? They're not characters that I really, like, play or have ever played, but Chun would be the character I would consider my first main. It would be either Chun-Li, Kage, or Yoshimitsu. Well, not Yoshimitsu. Chun-Li, Kage. No, it would be Chun-Li or Kage. And, but, like, Kage, you know, Virtua Fighter 5 came out recently, and so I've played quite a bit of Kage. If it didn't, then Kage also wouldn't be on this list. So that's why those 2 characters aren't there, because I don't really play them. They're more there because they're, like, you know, for me, kind of like a legacy thing, right? I also don't have any Dead or Alive characters on here, so I don't have the characters I play in Dead or Alive, which were Milia, Brad, and Neil Tengu. A couple of reasons for that. One, I've just completely forgot about them and to put them on here in the first place until yesterday. Like, I just forgot the game existed. But the other reason is that my time with Dead or Alive was, I wouldn't necessarily say short, but it was so long ago that I really cannot remember the game or the characters that well at all. So I can't really put them on here. And then, so the last thing here is I have 2 lists here. I'm going to be doing these simultaneously. So I'm not going to, like, make one and then do the other. I'm going to do them both at the same time. But I have, so what a lot of people have been doing is they've been doing a list on how good their characters or how bad their characters. And, for me, while I think that's interesting, I'm also someone that cares a lot about how difficult or how complicated the characters I play are. For me, that's a big thing for why I would want to play a character, is like the skill ceiling. And I don't necessarily want to rate the skill ceiling here, but more like the skill floor. So I have 2 lists, and I think that they both go hand in hand, like how good the character is and how difficult they are to play. And I think it's all part of one discussion, so I'm going to be doing 2 separate lists simultaneously. So I have this one, which is just if they're, like, amazing. So, like, amazing is, like, you know, like, kind of a top 10 character, and unplayable is, like, literally, like, to a point where they're either, like, bottom of the barrel trash or they have literally been unplayable. Like, great example, Kyoshiro, unplayable. Like, Kyoshiro, genuinely fucking awful. So there aren't going to be many characters. How'd you forget DOA? I don't know, man. Like, how did everyone forget about DOA? More like, I don't know. Like, DOA, listen, I love Milia. There's a reason why I picked Vanessa when I played KOF, and it was legitimately because she reminded me of Milia. Brad was really fun. Neil Tengu was, I mean, she was all right. She was neat. But, like, I don't remember anything about DOA. Like, if a DOA 7 comes out, I'll play it, and I'll play the shit out of Milia, because Milia is just really cool, but, I mean, I don't remember anything. I'm sorry. I just, like, it's such a forgettable game. I don't know what else to tell you. Anyway, like, the last thing, too, is that when it comes to, like, how strong a character is, I'm how strong they're going to be is relative to their own game. Like, I'm not going to be like comparing and contrasting how strong they are to each other in terms of tools, because one, comparing 2D and 3D characters in terms of strength is just impossible. Like, you can't do it, because the games are so vastly different. Like, I mean, if I was to compare like a Tekken character to a BlazBlue character, the Tekken character would be like down here, you know, because like Tekken characters can't do infinite block strains and shit. That's why I don't do the SSSS bullshit with tier list. I think that's so stupid for that exact reason. In terms of like the difficulty tier list though, I'm gonna be like comparing them to like each other more than anything. Because it's going to be more like how I feel about how difficult they are. Like, even if I don't have a good understanding on like how Taukaka is, for example. Taukaka I'm still going to put in super hard just because like I'm a beginner at the game and she's super difficult. So anyway, that's pretty much it. That was a lot of explanation. I'm going to have to really cut that down when I turn this into a YouTube video, but yeah, that's basically the ground rules of how this is gonna go. I played Christy and Helena. Who the fuck was Christy again? I don't remember who Christy was. Oh, yeah, I remember now. I remember you saying this, and this makes a lot of sense. Yeah, I remember distinctly you saying this and me being like, yeah, there was no other choice. Of course it has to be this character. All right. So, let's just start it out super easy, right? Let's start with Yoshi, right? Like, Yoshimitsu, Tekken Yoshimitsu. I have Tekken and Soul Calibur Yoshimitsu separate, because if you don't play Tekken and Soul Calibur, they are very different characters, and you'll see when I put them on here. Tekken Yoshi, super hard, right? Like, Tekken Yoshimitsu, looking at this list, is probably the most difficult character that I play. And I don't think that's very surprising, because Tekken Yoshimitsu is probably one of the most difficult fighting game characters, like, in general. Like, if you compare every fighting game character, Yoshimitsu is definitely up there. So I don't think it really comes as a surprise that Yoshimitsu would be so hard. And, in terms of, like, how good they are, I personally think that Yoshi is at least a top 20 character. Like, maybe butting into top 10, but like, that's only if you're extremely good with Yoshimitsu. You have to be like iMusician level of good with Yoshimitsu to be able to play him at a top 10 level. It's kind of in the same vein as Akuma, right? Where like Akuma is a top 10 character, but you're not just gonna be able to pick him up and TOD someone, you know? Like, his combo routes are difficult, and Yoshimitsu is kind of in that same vein. So like I'm gonna say Yoshimitsu is great, like despite him being, in my opinion, a top 10 character, because of the skill requirement that's required for it, and because Yoshimitsu is so difficult. It means that only like a couple people in the world can play him at that level. So he's great, like he's super good, but just not like, for most people, not top 10. And like for most people, like most people would put him in like bad / unplayable, like bottom 10. Even pro players. I don't agree, and most Yoshi players don't agree with that, but yeah, Yoshi's great. Tekken Yoshi's great, but he's really, really difficult. Helena was the Shao clone. Oh, I thought Helena was like the grappler in DOA. Oh no, I'm thinking of Tina. I'm confusing Helena with Tina. They kind of look the same though, I'm not going to lie. No, but Helena's not one of those that's like, yeah, that makes sense that you would play Helena. Like, not that that's a bad thing, it's just like she kind of looks like Nina, you know? She kind of looks like Nina. All right, next, let's do ABBA. ABBA's an interesting one. ABBA, I'm not gonna say was super hard, but ABBA was definitely hard because, like, I didn't play a lot of Plus R. ABBA was immediately the character I wanted to play. This character, I love this character's design. But actually, like, playing ABBA was super difficult, especially knowing nothing about Plus R because you're just so slow. You have to be able to finish your combos to do the command grab to be able to not be slow. The resource management, right? Like, the difference with ABBA, though, between her and a character that would be super hard is that, like, actually being able to do the combo routes and go into the command grab isn't super difficult. And you don't have to utilize her entire kit. Like, you don't have to go into like her install thing when after she does the command grab to be able to use her effectively. It's really, a lot of it's just like the resource management and how slow she is. But like, that's something you can get over, but it's still difficult, you know? It's still pretty difficult. As for how good she is, for me, I would say she's bad. When I started playing Plus R, she was down and bad. As I understand it, tier-wise, she got quite a bit better. But the problem was, as a beginner playing ABBA, she has a lot of really bad matchups. Like, Justice is the most infamous example, but she has a lot of really bad matchups, and you have to be very good on defense because of how slow she is. And because of that, it makes it very difficult to really do anything, and she just feels bad to play a lot of the time. Like, I know that nowadays she's not considered bad, and if you're good with her, she's not bad, but for me, personally, I had a hard time with her. So I would put her in bad, you know, it just, like, matchups and the speed and how good your defense has to be, for me, makes it so that she was just, like, bad. Right, let's go with the Team BS. Let's go Seth Blake. I would put Seth in easy, and I would put Blake in eh. The thing with BB Tag is that BB Tag in general, like, when it comes to characters, the characters themselves, for the most part, are fairly easy. It's more the system that you have to understand. When it comes to Seth and Blake, Seth was pretty easy, right? Like, he's a bit stubby, but he's super, super quick, and he has his, like, setup projectiles that really help you with neutral. And And his combos are pretty straightforward, right? There's nothing in his combos that are too difficult. Like, the most difficult part about Seth, I would say, is just remembering his loops. But Seth himself, not that bad. Blake, on the other hand, is really awkward. Because her B doesn't hit if the opponent is close to you. And her A isn't that great, and she has some like weird mix-up setups, some weird like cross-ups with like jumping C and her core circle forward A and stuff that I'm not really used to. And so having to like find the right range to be able to do 5B or 2B, or like her combo conversions as well is a little bit awkward because of just the because of the timing that's required on it. And yeah, mainly the timing, but also making sure that you like have the right jump trajectory and you know like the ranges and stuff. Like when it comes to combo routes and stuff and confirms, Blake, I would say, is definitely on the harder end from my experience. I've tried out quite a few characters in BB Tag, and of all of the characters I play in BB Tag, Blake is definitely the most like involved and the most difficult, I would say. So that's why I'm putting her in eh. I don't know if I'd say that Seth is easy or super easy. Like he's on the brink, but Blake I would definitely say is eh. As for how good Team BS is, truthfully, and this is where I have to put in a new tier below, I don't really know, because I never got good enough at BB Tag to be able to really know how strong characters are in the game. Because a lot of it is team based, right? So like if I'm looking at Team BS here and I'm thinking of them as a team, like I would say that right? I wouldn't say they do anything that's super strong or super good, but they do synergize with each other. They're okay. Individually, I don't know. So I gotta make a new tier and say like I don't know. I just don't know how strong they are. Like I'm just not knowledgeable enough with BB Tag to know, unfortunately. So I'm just gonna make that one gray. I don't know. Let's go with Peck, a blast from the past. So Peck is in the story Huarong's teacher, and because of that, he plays a lot like Huarong. And a lot of people who don't play Peck, who have never seen Peck, think that Peck is just a Huarong clone. And that is not true at all. Peck is very different from Huarong. Huarong is more of like a technical character. Huarong has a lot of moves, a lot of stances, stance switching, etc., etc. Peck doesn't have that so much. He has like normal, and then he has Flamingo, and that's it. The difference between Peck and Huarong is that Peck is more execution heavy, and Huarong is more just like he can do a lot. And because of that, Peck not only has like harder execution for combos, but also his like think of it like Elisa, you know, in the same way that you can, like, if you can do TK dive kick, it adds a new sort of like element to how your offense goes. Peck is kind of the same way. It's not in the same vein as Elisa, but it's kind of the same. I say Elisa again, I meant Elisa. But the main thing is like the execution, right? And because of that, Peck's hard. But it's not only that, it's also because Peck is fucking trash. Like, Peck has always been trash. Okay, he's not unplayable. No, he's pretty unplayable. No, he's not like, okay, he's not Zafina. But Peck has historically been bottom tier. Peck has a couple of things that have saved him. Like in Tekken Tag 2, if you sidestepped your opponent and you got to their back while you were in Flamingo, they fucking died. Peck's back turn combo was insane. In Tekken 6, which was the last time I played Peck because I didn't play Tag 2, Peck was really bad. Like he was really bad. Like there were characters in Tekken 6 that were genuinely unplayable, like Zafina. Peck wasn't quite there, but Peck was bad. Like he was not good. So like I can't say he's unplayable because he was playable, but like if you also compare Peck to other top tier characters that were in Tekken 6 like Lars and Bob, he was kind of unplayable. Like he was like you couldn't really compete with Peck. I mean, some people did, but the top tiers were just so strong that even though Peck, like if you played Peck against the top tier, like Peck would you could do fine with Peck, but when you start playing against like top 10 characters, it's a struggle. It really is. So like I'm going to put Peck in unplayable solely for the fact that no character on this list besides Kyoshiro is genuinely like competitively unviable, because like Peck is about the closest you can get on this list. So he's bad. And that's also part of what makes him hard. Peck is also one of those characters where like if he was up here, then he wouldn't be as difficult. He would probably get bumped down to like But yeah, he's difficult. Right, let's go off the Tekken train for a second, and let's talk about a Soul Calibur character here. Let's talk about Soul Calibur Yoshimitsu. Soul Calibur Yoshimitsu, genuinely, like if we're talking about in terms of skill floor, Yoshimitsu is seen as a character that is super hard, right? And in Tekken, that's absolutely true. But I play both Tekken and Soul Calibur Yoshi. I play both of them. And I've been playing both of them since I was a toddler. In fact, they were probably what I would consider my first mains in Tekken and Soul Calibur. Wong, Peck, Talum, Tira, they all came later. I mean, Tira came in another game. Like, when I started playing Soul Calibur 3 wasn't even out yet. So for Soul Calibur Yoshimitsu, relative to these other characters, I would consider him easy. Soul Calibur Yoshi, especially Soul Calibur 6 Yoshi, is not nearly as difficult as Tekken Yoshi. They are very, very, very different characters. Soul Calibur Yoshi, big buttons, big counter hits, big damage, big plus frames, very strong mix-ups. Like even going back in Soul Calibur, like Soul Calibur 1 Yoshi is insane because of down back 3. Down back 3 is just an insane move. Opening up your opponent with Soul Calibur Yoshi is very easy. He has strong mix-ups. He has long range. His soul charge in Soul Calibur 6 is very, very strong. He's an easy character. I would say, to be fair, that if we're talking about like Season 1 Yoshi, he would be But if we're talking about current Yoshimitsu, he's easy. And the reason for that is because Yoshimitsu, Soul Calibur Yoshimitsu, is just like, most people say, I actually don't know how tier lists are now, but from the last time I even bothered with Soul Calibur tier lists, most people said Yoshimitsu was the best character in the game. I think he's easily top 5. And the reason why is because they made a lot of his moves so strong. They made a fucking forward to a level 1 GI move, which is just insane. If you don't know what that means, I can just summarize. It's stupid. his mix-ups are super strong. He can like you get punished for breaking his grabs. Like it's like the character's insane. Like it's to a point where they've made him so good. They've made all of his moves so good that you can pick up Yoshimitsu and do really well with him. That's why he's easy, right? Like normally, if we're talking about past Yoshimitsu, Soul Calibur Yoshimitsu, his moves weren't so strong, and because of that, you would have to use things more in tandem with one another. You would have to have a better understanding of his entire kit. Now with Yoshimitsu, you could use like 3 moves and you're good. Yeah, like he's just... Skill ceiling on Soul Calibur Yoshi is extremely high, right? But skill floor has just been lowered and lowered and lowered, and you know, like... And I'm going to get to another Soul Calibur character, and they're going to be in a very different spot, but they're going to have the same, like... They're going to have evolved the same historically throughout Soul Calibur's life. The difference with Yoshimitsu, with that other character that'll come up later, is that Soul Calibur Yoshimitsu... understanding the matchup or not doesn't matter. This character is ridiculous either way. And that's why, like, everyone says that Yoshimitsu is super good. Because it doesn't matter. Like, for some characters in Soul Calibur, matchup knowledge really does make a big difference. And characters can move up and down the tiers just based on the, like, general matchup knowledge that people have of the character. And, like... Because of that, like, how difficult the character is going to change because of, like, how much people know the matchup, like, how well they're able to play against the character. And just solely because of that, sometimes a character that would normally be really, really hard if everyone knew the matchup ends up being really easy because no one actually knows it. And for Yoshimitsu, that's not a factor. It doesn't matter. Like, it doesn't matter if you know the Yoshimitsu matchup or not. Like, you can pick up Yoshimitsu and still do super well nowadays. So, anyway, I've gone on long enough about that. Let's talk about another Soul Calibur character. Haohmaru. Haohmaru is hard. Because Haohmaru is the most honest character in Soul Calibur in a game that is full of dishonest bullshit. Haohmaru is, like, the super nice guy and charitable guy that goes into a biker bar where everyone's, like, smoking cigars and fighting each other and stabbing the wall and, you know, like, Haohmaru, you have to be able to play extremely good neutral. You have to know the game's system and the game's mechanics extremely well to be able to do well with Haohmaru. You have to know every character in this game to a T to be able to play Haohmaru in Soul Calibur. Despite him being a relatively simple looking character, he is hard. Because another thing with Haohmaru as well is that one thing that makes, like, every character in Soul Calibur degenerate is that they have plus frames out the ass. They have pressure out the ass. They can fucking put you in genuine block strings where you have to guess 50-50 if you want to get out of it. Or just GI, but that's also not 50-50, and that's a whole nother thing. Haohmaru doesn't have that. Haohmaru has moves on a -6 on hit. Like, you cannot get away playing normal Soul Calibur like every other Soul Calibur character. You have to play Haohmaru completely different. You have to play him honest. You don't have anything that's degenerate. You have to play very, very strong neutral. You have to play strong footsies. And you have to have strong character knowledge of every character in the game before you can start doing well with him. He is hard, right? Like, he's to a point where I almost put him in super hard. Solely because of how fucked up Soul Calibur is and how not fucked up he is. That being said, he is, I think, a great character. A lot of people put him in bottom 10. Same with Tekken Yoshi. I think he's top 10. But I think he's only top 10 if you have all those things I said before, where you can play the game extremely well, you understand the game systems, you can play neutral very well. If you can do that, he's great. If you can't, then yeah, he's going to be trash. And for me, I find that I have a lot of success with Halmer when I play him, because I feel like I'm pretty good at the game and I can do those things very well. And he also just fits my playstyle really well. So I end up just doing really well with him. So I think he's really good. Like, I think he's a top 10 character. But, like, he's not one like Yoshi where I'm not putting him in amazing, because most people, at least in NA and EU, say he's bottom 10. If we go over to, like, Korea and Japan, they think that he's top tier. Like, maybe not top 10, but top tier certainly. And I think a lot of the perception in, like, the West when it comes to Halmaru is solely because he's a terrible online character. But offline, I think he's great. I think he's really, really strong. I think he's really good. So while we're on the samsho train, let's talk about Kyoshiro, who is the first character I played in samsho, and probably the closest to what would be considered my main in samsho. Kyoshiro is he has like good poking, and that's kind of it. Like, he doesn't have anything that's inherently difficult to play about him. Like, not a lot of samsho characters really do, but like, despite that, he's like, because he just doesn't have anything. Like, he has a frog, and he has some pretty decent poking, and that's kind of it. He doesn't really have anything going for him. He has nothing that's very strong. He has nothing that's very, very weak. And normally with Kyoshiro is a character I would put in easy. The problem with Kyoshiro is that since the game has come out, Kyoshiro is... Where is he? Where did I put him? Where the hell did I put Kyoshiro? There he is. Kyoshiro is fucking garbage. He is unplayable. He is crap. Like, when samsho came out, Kyoshiro and Shiki were both considered unviable. And I did not disagree. He didn't have any way to open up the opponent. His damage was trash. His entire kit was gimmicky. His running medium, his running B, which is an overhead, whiffed on crouching opponents. Do you understand? His running B did not function properly for months. And, you know, they fixed him. But with Shiki, they actually buffed Shiki. Kyoshiro, they more like fixed him. But Kyoshiro has, for the entirety of samsho's lifespan, been bottom of the barrel trash. I don't know about the other characters in the game nowadays, but Kyoshiro, I know, has just been awful. And he's still awful. Like, Bond, you can pick any other character in samsho, and you will have a better time than Kyoshiro. Like, even, not Nakaruru, but the other Ruru. Like, I played against an absolute demon who played that character, and she's considered, like, low tier. She's considered bad. But if you get good with that character, she is a menace. Kyoshiro can't do that. He just doesn't have the freedom. He doesn't have the tools to be able to do that. So, like, his difficulty comes less from, like, what he has or doesn't have, and more the fact that he's shit. So, he's trash. And, you know, while we're on the samsho train, I think that we should talk about another samsho character, which is Mina. Mina is a DLC character. I stopped playing when she came out, and I played the shit out of her. Mina is the character that made me realize that Kyoshiro was fucking garbage. like unplayable, genuinely unplayable. Mina is an interesting character, right? She's a zoner. You pull out her bow, you shoot it. Mina's pretty easy. You know, like she has typical zoning. She has a lot of interesting things that you can do. And she's definitely a character that like is a zoner that suffers at close range. You know, she's not like an all-around character. You know, like a lot of zoners, they have good tools that allow them to be able to do a lot of stuff up close. She doesn't really have that, but she has like interesting movement tools. Her zoning is genuinely interesting, and I find it to be very fun. And it's fairly straightforward. Like everything that Mina does is fairly straightforward. Like it's a samsho character, you know, and like samsho characters, for most of them are going to be super easy or easy. Mina, I would say, is a little bit more like involved because of how important positioning is with her to be super easy, but she's still easy. In terms of how good she is, I would definitely say that she's on the border of great. I think she's the first one I want to put in because I don't think that she's as strong as like Haomaru or Yoshi, and I might change that at some point. Because she definitely has weaknesses, you know. Like Mina has glaring weaknesses. Like her movement options. If you get a read on them, if the opponent gets a read on them, you just die. If you miss when you're trying to zone them, if you miss them, if they get a read on you, then you're gonna have a hard time resetting. She has a hard time up close. Like she has weaknesses, but despite that, she's still pretty good. She's still decent. She's not bad. So I think she's pretty eh. And the last samsho character that we have is Wu Reishing. She's Chinese. I don't know Chinese. Reishing, maybe? I don't know. Wu is a character that I actually started playing the last time I played samsho. Wu is a character that I had wanted to play since the game came out, but I never got an opportunity to because samsho's dead. So I used the last opportunity I had to play samsho to play Wu, and that's when biking came out. And so I played her a good bit, and Wu is a character that I was expecting to actually be hard when I started playing her. And she ends up being between easy and eh. And I think I would put Wu in eh. So with Wu, she's a setup character. She's like a set play character. She sets traps, right? And she has a very interesting and unique gameplay. At least for samsho. And she requires a lot of mind games. She requires reads. Like, one thing in samsho is that if you roll to get up, you're vulnerable when you roll. So if you're playing Wu and you knock down the opponent, you can make a read that they're going to like roll towards you or roll away, and you can set a trap there as they're rolling. And if you're correct, then you'll be able to relaunch them and then do a follow-up, right? But if you can also just like put one down right on top of them if you think they're going to wake up, so that they have to wake up and then block the trap or whatever, right? Like those kind of like setup options on top of just like there's some character specific ones as well where, like, you know, if you're playing against Hanzo and Hanzo, you know, teleports around the stage, you can set up a trap and try positioning yourself on top of the trap or where Hanzo would teleport, right? So that you can try preventing him from teleporting in specific locations so that you can get a better read on like where he's going to go, because you limit his options more. And if he teleports on the trap, then he's going to have to eat the trap, and you know, those kind of things. So there's a lot of interesting decision making that happens with Wu, and that's why I'd say she's because she's more involved than most Samurai Showdown characters. In terms of how good she is, she's another one that I think is Same with Mina. You know, she has weaknesses. I don't think that she's in the same realm as Yoshi or Hao, but she's certainly not bad. I think a lot of people At least when the game came out, said that Wu was bad, but I think she's just, because she's so involved, she has a little bit higher of a skill floor than most samsho characters. And you don't really see Wu that often, but she's a character that I feel like if you got really good with her, she could really be a menace. Like, she has a lot of great tools. She has projectile reflect, she has the trap, she has set play, she has quite a bit that's really interesting. It just takes some effort, but I think she's pretty decent. Let's start doing some, now that we're through the samsho characters, let's start doing some rapid fire. Seth, Street Fighter V Seth. Probably the most I actually played Street Fighter V is when Seth came out. Mainly because I was playing at locals at the time when Seth came out, and low. So like I just thought it would be funny, and unfortunately, like a lot of people at my locals played Street Fighter, and unfortunately, before I got a chance to really be able to play Seth well, COVID happened. But yeah, Seth's super easy. Like just brain dead. The character's just like stupid. In terms of how good Seth was, I don't know Street Fighter well enough to be able to say. I would guess, based on my experience, that Seth is great. You know, like strong DP, easy combo routes, high damage. Like, I can't see Seth not being great. But Seth was godlike back when he first came out. Yeah, like I don't know how he is now though. But yeah, Seth was super strong. So, you know, I'm gonna put him there. I'm gonna put him in great. Like best character in the game. In fact, he might have been. I don't remember. I couldn't play him like that though. But like, Seth was great. And as someone that doesn't play a lot of Street Fighter, Seth was just Seth was crazy. Like, Seth carried me. Let's go to the other Street Fighter character, Juri Han. So let me be honest with you, I never played Street Fighter 4. I just was never interested. I didn't find the game very interesting. So when Street Fighter 5 came out, I played Juri. I also wanted to play Minot whenever she came out. Never got around to it. That's why she's nowhere to be found. So I only played Juri. I still not played Juri in Street Fighter 6 because I haven't gotten into any of the betas, and I'm going to be honest, I tried using the cracked beta, but it crashes every time I try launching it, so I haven't even been able to play the cracked beta. It just doesn't work on my computer for some reason. So Juri, and Juri is a weird one, right? Because like Juri in Street Fighter 5 I knew was much easier than Street Fighter 4. Juri in Street Fighter 4 had negative edge. Street Fighter 5 Juri doesn't. But it's okay, you're not missing out. I know. I'm just gonna wait for the game to come out. I don't care. If it was Tekken, I'd be like all day at that, but it's Street Fighter, I don't care. My experience with Juri, and like the other thing too with Juri is that I didn't really play 2D fighting games at all when Street Fighter 5 came out. I only played 3D fighting games really. Like, I never played Guilty Gear. I never played BlazBlue. I had never played... I mean, Melted Blood is an obvious one. But, you know, I never played any 2D fighting games, really. So, Juri was, like, the first 2D fighting game character I ever played outside of when I was a kid and I played, like, Chun-Li and Q and those characters, and I just fucked around with them. So... like, my experience with Juri was right? Because it's like, it's hard to really quantify it because I was trying to learn just 2D fighting games in general with Juri. And Juri now, in hindsight, as a beginner character, probably not great because she has the resource management you have to worry about. And also, Juri... when I played Street Fighter at the time, was fucking awful. She was so bad. Nowadays, from what I understand, she's all right to good, but back then she was bad. So like I would say you know. Like, hey, I don't know. Maybe Jury is like considered easy. I don't know, but like, I just got told. I got told Street Fighter 5 Jury is now super easy and good. I can see that. But I haven't played Street Fighter 5, and I especially haven't played Jury in Street Fighter 5 for over 3 years at this point. So like the time I played Jury and now it's been a very long time. So like Jury is really hard to quantify here, and I don't even know if I should include her, but I'm going to because you know Jury fans. But you know for that same reason, I don't know where she is tier wise. I have no idea. There's like a few top players who body with her, something to do with her normals being buffed. Yeah, I heard about like her normals being, yeah, it was mainly her normals, right? I think she had a couple of moves as well that got like, I want to say that it was like something with their hitbox got changed and like you can extend with them or something. I don't know. But yeah, Jury, I have no fucking idea. Let's go to another game that I think is shit. DNF Duel. Hey, how about Enchantress, right? Enchantress was easy. Like, Enchantress is the easiest puppet character I've ever seen in my life. Like, Zato, I thought was pretty easy. Which I actually forgot to mention. I have none of the characters I've only played in Strive on this list because Strive is shit and I don't really know anything about it. And I also just think that every Strive character is super easy. So I like, what's the point? Enchantress though was easy, right? Like Enchantress, like I almost want to say Enchantress was super easy. Just because the nature of how DNF Duel is, it's hard for me to really say that Enchantress was the same like difficulty as Soul Calibur, Yoshi, and Mina. Yeah, it's like I don't really feel like that's fair because DNF is such an easy game. It's so simple that even if you take a puppet character like Enchantress, she's still easy. She's still so incredibly easy. You have May though? Yeah, May I have here as a joke. Also because I have the hoodie. You know, like I have the hoodie. How can I not include May when I own the hoodie? A green screen foul. God damn it. Anyway, like, Enchantress, of the characters I play in DNF, was definitely the hardest one, but, like, that's not, like, every character in DNF is easy. She's not that difficult. So, high skill ceiling, yes. Skill floor, no, like, she's easy. She's super easy. Like, her DP is insane. She has the same range as everyone else. Her corner pressure is crazy. She has unblockable setups that are extremely easy to do. She's easy. Like, she's super easy. You don't need to be able to control Manat or Mott or whatever the fuck that stupid doll's name is properly to be able to do well with Enchantress. You just like, oh, you get knocked down and you see them coming towards you, just fucking DP and he'll suck that dumb fuck in halfway across the screen and hit him and kill him. You know, I summon Mott and I walk them across the stage and they're trying to like run at me, just DP. Eventually they'll die. Like, oh, they're running at you, they jump at you, DP, you'll suck them in and then they're fucking dead. Like, it's not that difficult. So like she was super easy, and I would say, where the hell is she? Like she was great. Like, well, no, actually, if we're talking in the context of DNF, Enchantress was actually kind of eh. In fact, no, Enchantress was bad. Like, I went from great to bad. But like, if we're talking in the context of DNF, Enchantress wasn't nearly as cheap as a lot of the characters in DNF. DNF is just like just degenerate fucking garbage. Like I can't say Enchantress is even close to like Swiftmaster or Striker or Hitman or any of those characters. So like relative power, bad, but like she's still strong. And she was still fun to play, but yeah, just like, and same with Kunoichi, you know, like just like one of the easiest characters I've ever played in my life. Just there's no debating that this character was just easy. And then I'd say Kunoichi definitely had a little bit more she could do. Like was a little bit better than Enchantress. Like she had a few things that were a little bit more degenerate. Really, I don't know, but like, you know, like I just know who the top tiers are, and like Kunoichi is somewhere in the middle, and then Enchantress was just kind of bad. Right, let's go to, well, since we're on the topic, I gotta get my prop. Hold on. Ah! Ah! May! May! I don't have a dolphin, but May! I really need to get a plush dolphin. It would make everything so much better. But May! Like I said, I don't have Strive characters on here because Strive is shit. And boring as hell, and I just don't care about it. But like I have the hoodie. I love May. Anyway, are we done? Like, do we have to discuss this anymore? Like, you know what? Actually, the last time I played Strive, she wasn't like amazing anymore. She was just great. She wasn't like the best character in the game. Like the rest of the characters in Amazing are going to be. But like, yeah. Anyway, are we done? We don't need to discuss this anymore, right? Okay, good. I'm taking this off now. I'm also going to turn this off because my shirt is probably going to come with it. Yep, there it goes. Okay. Right, let's go to another blast from the past. Wong Jinrei. So, you know how much I like Wong. He is on like whenever my stream is offline, he's always there. As soon as Wong comes in Tekken 8, I'm going to change my channel name from Seth Boot to Seth Boomer. Wong, I love Wong. Wong is definitely like a middle of the road character. You know, like he's not a character that's like that has anything that's really difficult. He's more like an because historically Wong hasn't been very good. He's one of those characters that if he was very good, he would be an easy. You know, like in terms of like his kit, what he has, he's not that hard. It's just that Wong is very middle of the road because he like how he applies offense isn't as intuitive as other Tekken characters. He has bow and arrow, like the same as Julia. I mean, Wong used to be a Michelle clone. And Julia is a Michelle clone. So like they play kind of similar to each other, and that's why it's like that. And it's been a while since I've played Wong, to be fair, so I might be off the mark on just how difficult he is. But from what I remember, Wong is like not good, not bad, and really depending on the game and how strong he is, he can be anywhere from super easy to hard. You know, like he can be hard for the same reason Peck isn't hard. He can be super easy for the same reason that Mei is super easy. Who's that super hard? That's Tekken Yoshimitsu. So I should zoom in on this a little bit, huh? Makes the pictures easier to see. In terms of how strong Wong is, Wong has for the most part been the same as Peck. Historically, going back to Tekken 5, because like he wasn't in Tekken 4, he wasn't in Tekken 3, and then Tekken 1 and 2, he was a Michelle clone. So since he's been his own character, so we're talking Tekken 5, Tekken 6, and Tag 2, Wong has been from bad to not great. Like, he's never been unplayable like Peck has been. But, okay, Zafina has actually been unplayable. But Wong is, like, generally pretty bad. He's not very good generally. And the problem with Wong as well is that Wong is bad for the same reason that Peck is unplayable. The problem is that when you look back at Tekken 5 and Tekken 6, Wong by himself isn't that bad, right? If you play Wong against a top tier character in Tekken 6, Wong will do just fine. If you're playing Wong and you play against like Miguel, or you play against Elisa, or you play against Yoshimitsu, or you play against like Lei, or a couple of those characters are actually trash, so I'm not making a good example. But anyway, the point is, if you don't play against like the top 10 characters, then Wong's fine. Like he's okay. But the discrepancy in Tekken 5 and Tekken 6 and even Tag 2 between top 10 characters and bottom tier characters is so much higher than it is in Tekken 7. If Wong was in Tekken 7, as he is power-wise in Tekken 6, he would probably be But if you have Wong and you're going up against Bob and Lars in Tekken 6, or you're going up against like Heihachi or Nino or Raven or Steve in Tekken 5, he's fucked. Like, he's not going to do anything. There's a reason why Wong never really had a tournament presence. Even Peck had a couple of people that would play him in tournament. Wong never really had a tournament presence because not only was he just not a popular character, but he also just wasn't strong enough. He never was. Like, he couldn't compete with top tier characters. So he's always been pretty bad because of that. Through no fault of his own either. It's solely because of just how strong the top tiers are in the Tekken games that he's been in. Man, you want to talk about another blast from the past? How about Kage, huh? Kage's an interesting one. Kage, I think, is another one that's because Kage is a very stance-heavy character, right? And Virtua Fighter is a game that is inherently like it has a lot of complexity to it. Kage, I would say, even in that sense, is fairly complex. Because he has like 5 stances or something in total, and he has combos that require a fair bit of execution. Like doing the crouch dash knee with Kage, I could never get it down. Doing the crouch dash knee with Kage is like a cornerstone of how his combos work, and it's very difficult. Thankfully, you can get away with stuff that doesn't involve the crouch dash knee, but he has some difficult stuff. He's fairly technical. He has quite a bit of complexity to him. He's definitely like middle of the road for me with all of these characters for sure. In terms of how strong he is, it's really tough for me to say, right? I found Kage, and Kage was really the only character I played in Virtua Fighter 5. I found Kage to be pretty good. I wouldn't say that Kage really stood out to me as being extremely strong, but I'm sure that a better Kage player than I could make him that way. I just don't know where he would be tier wise. In fact, I'm gonna put him in I don't know, because I don't know Virtua Fighter 5 character strength well enough to be able to really say, but I think he was pretty decent. If I had to put him somewhere, I'd probably put him in but truthfully, I don't know. Right. Wow. What should we go with next? We're getting to a point where I'm gonna have to start like talking about mains. Let's get some 2D characters out of the way. All right, let's talk about Granblue. Fairy was easy. Granblue is inherently an easy game. You know, like it's designed to be that way. Fairy isn't super easy though, like the DNF characters are, solely because of her negative edge, right? So solely because her setups require negative edge. Like Fairy, I had to completely rebind all of my inputs to be able to play her. I have never had to do that with a character, not even Zato. I've had to do that when playing. I've only ever had to do that in my life with Fairy, and that's just because her setup requires negative edge. So like she was really strong though. She had really strong tools. Great poking, great zoning, great set play. It's just like, in a game that's so inherently easy, she had a wee bit of complexity to her that is enough for me to say that she wasn't super easy. Because like super easy characters, you just like hit buttons, you know. Fairy, you couldn't quite do that. There was a little bit more to it. And then Fairy, like, I'm gonna put Fairy in I don't know. Like when I played her, she was great. Probably even amazing. Like I'm pretty sure when I played Fairy was considered the best character in the game. I don't know how Granblue is. That was back in 2020. I don't know anything about Granblue anymore. I haven't played it since then, so I can't really say how strong she is. Now, Season 1 Fairy was hella broken. Yeah, that's how I understand it. I couldn't play her that way, but that's how I understand it. Like she was insane. She's still good. Well, maybe when the next Granblue comes out, I'll have a good character to play then, because I'm still going to be playing Fairy. Speaking of characters, I'm still going to be playing Narmaya. Narmaya was another one that's easy. Like Narmaya, really, when she came out, I thought Narmaya was going to be the character that got me to like Granblue Fantasy Versus. She didn't, but I thought she was going to, because she is a stance character. I love stance characters. Stance characters are usually fairly complex, and I like the idea of stance characters. Like I like stance characters in general. Narmaya wasn't enough. The game system for me is just way too limiting for me to enjoy playing even Narmaya, which is like for me the perfect kind of character. But yeah, Narmaya was easy. You know, like she's borderline because not only is she a stance character, but she also has Tiger Knee inputs for her bread and butter combos. But at the same time, I didn't find them too hard. Like Narmaya came out as DLC, and I labbed her combos, and the next week at locals, I was doing her her bread and butter combos with TK inputs. Like it wasn't that difficult. So that's why she's an easy. You know, it just despite the fact that she has things that you would think make a character complicated or difficult, the game system is way too limiting, so she just didn't end up being that way. And again, like I don't know how Granblue balance is nowadays, so I'm just not going to rank her. When I played her, I would say she would be around but I don't know nowadays. Faye was a Leffen character. Every character Leffen played is always broken. Yeah, I know. I know. Listen, I just don't. I hate playing characters that Leffen plays for that exact reason. At least I don't have to worry about it in Tekken though, because Leffen stopped playing Tekken after he got laughed out of the Tekken community for using the frame data app in a tournament. What an idiot. Ugh. All right, give me 1 second. I have to run to the restroom real quick. I'll be just a minute. Okay, I'm back. Okay. Sorry, I just right. Oh, where was I? I really didn't want to get up and leave, but I'm like, I still have quite a few characters to get through. I don't want to deal with it. Where do I go from Granblue? Like, Granblue is like, I've already done DNF. I don't know how to transition from this point. Like, it's just going to feel like an insult either way. Now, I mean, Narmaya is a cool character, so let's go to other cool characters. Hey, how about we talk about my KOF team? We got Janet, Vanessa, and Whip. Let's start with Janet, right? Janet's easy. I don't think that's very difficult to understand that Janet is easy. Like she has a couple of things that keep her out super easy. Like she has car cancels. You have to time some of her like moves properly to be able to do your combo correctly. But Janet's easy. Vanessa's hard. You know, like Vanessa is she's execution heavy. She has a very diverse toolkit that nowadays in KOF you have to be able to fully utilize. Like back when the game came out, you really didn't, but like back when the game came out, Vanessa was probably like down here, but now because of how they've changed her, she is a lot more difficult, and she's a great example of a character where like she is an example of a character that shows that nerfs is sometimes good. Nerfs can make characters more fun, because the problem with Vanessa before was that because she had things that were so strong, you didn't have to use her entire like toolkit. In fact, you didn't want to use her entire toolkit because she had things that were just better, and that made her less interesting, and it made her easier, and it made her less fun to play. But since they nerfed her, it made her harder. It means that she has stricter execution. You have to be able to utilize all of the stuff that she has, and it just makes her more interesting overall. I feel pretty comfortable saying that she's hard, but I think she's a lot of fun. I like her a lot. And then Whip, I would say is very middle of the road. You know, like, you know, she's like in the same way of, in the same vein of like Blake, you know, like spacing is very important. Your like keep out tools are important. Her like buffering her DP because it's a half circle can be a bit awkward. You know, like in terms of like combo stuff, she's not that difficult, but it's more just the like her general like game plan, you know. I'd say puts her in like it's not so bare bones that I'd say that it throws her in easy, and I don't think that she has anything that's like so strong that she can very easily get away with, and that would throw her in easy. I think she's middle of the road. I think she's in terms of how strong these three are, it's tough, right? It's tough because I haven't played KOF in a while, and I know that that's gone through some changes. I would say that Whip is a weird one. Whip is the weirdest one because Whip, I would definitely say, was bad. But she got a lot of changes right around the time I started playing, or I stopped playing, and it made her better. I just don't know how much better. I don't know how much it changed her. I would say Whip is probably And then Janet, I know that a lot of people had said that she was like, they started out saying that she was bad, and then they said that she was like top 10. I don't know what to believe. I think Janet is pretty great. I think Vanessa is still great too. I think with Vanessa, people really like, what's the word? Exaggerate how much she got nerfed, and it's like, no, she's not the best character in the game anymore. It's not like Ralph Vanessa Terry, but she's still pretty strong. You know, she's still good. So I'd say they're both good. Whip probably let's see. Ooh. Let's go to a little melty blood. Let's do actually let's do Aoko first. Aoko's a weird one. Aoko's a weird one because like part of me wants to put her in hard, but part of me also wants me to put her in because like Aoko, she has a very high skill ceiling, right? That we don't really have to argue about, but in terms of skill floor, I don't think Aoko is that difficult. Like, you don't have to be able to utilize her set play to be able to do well with her. You don't have to be able to use her orbs effectively. Like, you and there's still like fine. It's not like her orbs are unintuitive, you know? It's just like you lose out on a couple of mix-up options. You lose out on being able to do her 4B and stuff. Or was it 4C? Or whatever that overhead is. Like on Wake Up and stuff if you don't know how to do it. But it's not like it's that unintuitive to be able to like throw it out when you don't really have specific setups and stuff. So I think she's You know, I like, it's not a requirement, so I don't think that really puts her in hard. I think she's pretty like middle of the road in terms of like the characters I play. In terms of how good she is, from my experience, I honestly don't know. Because I don't really see anyone play Aoko. I think she's right? I think Aoko is one of those characters where if you have a really good Aoko that really tries to get to her skill ceiling, plays her a lot, then she can be great. But I think, like, for me, she's and for most people, she's So I'm just going to throw in because even though I'm playing, like, Yoshimitsu and Hamaru and great, because, like, I can play them super well. Aoko, I can't play her super well, so I just don't know. So I think she's pretty Hisui and Kohaku. I think the fact that she can deal with shields well puts her higher than That's a good point. Yeah, you know what? You've convinced me. That's a good point. Because not only, like, if you know how to use the orbs, her set play is super strong. Her Oki's really strong. She has very strong mix up, and I don't want to say Vortex, but she kind of has Vortex in the corner. But you're right, she can deal shields very well, because, like, if she puts out an orb for set play, she doesn't have to commit. So yeah, that's a great point. Yeah, I agree with you. I think she's great. All right, Hisui and Kohaku. So I'm going to say with Hisui and Kohaku, it's the pair of them. Because I started playing the pair of them the last time I played Melty Blood. I obviously play Hisui a lot. But I think I learned Kohaku enough that I could play the two and have a general idea of them. I would say that they're I would say that Hisui and Kohaku are Because the thing is with Hisui and Kohaku, you just put one on point. And the other one you just, like, you remember where they are and you do their specials. There's nothing that intuitive, like, in-depth about it, you know? Like, there's a lot of really cool and interesting things that you can do, but it's very intuitive. It's not difficult to understand how the two work together. Really, the difficult part is playing two characters, is being able to play two characters at the same time. And for me, that's not an issue, because I, like, look how many characters are on this list. I play like 6 characters in every fighting game. So the most difficult part about them, I don't really see as being difficult. In terms of how good they are, like, they're great. I mean, it's kind of hard to argue that. I mean, Hisui by herself won Evo. Kohaku is by herself strong. Kohaku on point, like, with maids, is just, like, they're one of the best characters in the game, right? I remember that being the case when it came out. I'm pretty sure that's still the case. And then didn't recently they get buffed because they increased the startup speed of Hisui's water can. So now not only is Hisui's watering can better and actually kind of useful, but you can water the plant faster now? I mean, like, that requires Hisui to be on point, but still, you know, it offers more flexibility. Whereas maids before didn't really have flexibility because Kohaku was just so good. And instead of nerfing Kohaku on point, they just made Hisui better. You know, like, they're pretty great. I almost want to put them in amazing. I almost want to. I almost want to. I'm just like, I don't really want to because I don't know well enough. Considering the in Melty. Say they're amazing. Yeah, but I'm going, like, by relative to their own game, not by, like, the like difficulty. I'm going relative to each other, but here I'm going by their own game, because if I was going by, like, them, if I was going by like all of them relatively, then, like, every Tekken character would be an unplayable, you know? It would skew this so much. So Volv overshadows her pretty hard. That's true. Yeah, because Volv still has, like, I don't, well, yeah. No, you're right, yeah. They do get overshadowed pretty hard. Because, like, Amazing is supposed to be, like, the best character in the game, or, like, the second best or third best, or somewhere around there. Hisui and Kohaku, yeah, I just don't know how they are nowadays. Like, if we're talking when Type Lumina came out, would they be amazing? Probably, but nowadays, yeah, Arc is also way better. There's a good chunk of characters that are better than them. Okay, so great it is then. I'll keep them in there. All right. There's one more Melty Blood character that's been hiding from all of us. This absolute menace. Yeah. Nekawak is hard, you know, like I almost want to put her in super hard just because she's so stubby, she's so small, she's really awkward to pilot. She's definitely hard though, and she's bad. Yeah, like Nekawak is just like is trash. She is so fucking bad. I look at those eyes. Okay, I know that like I'm putting her on unplayable, and then you can say, oh well, old Melty. Yeah, I know she's actually unplayable in old Melty. The only character in here that's actually unplayable is Kyoshiro. Like I get it, but she's bad. she's a joke character though, so it's supposed to be the case. But she's bad, and she's awkward, small normals. Really gimmicky, just the works, just you like look at those eyes and tell me that this character is easy. Like no, she's hard. She's 100% pretty fucking difficult. Like I almost want to put her in super hard. I'm close to putting her in super hard. I might. Speaking of joke characters, you wanna know what character's a joke? Jacko! Jacko is super easy. We're talking about Exer Jacko. Exer Jacko is super easy. And that's why I like her. Because she has no combos. And I hate combos. One button DP, you do 2 dust. Oh, it's beautiful. No, Jacko's so, it's just so, you put down houses and you sit in the corner and wait for your opponent to die. Really fun. I like playing her. I'm the only Jacko player that actually likes playing Jacko, but, it's like, she's super easy. I mean, come on. In terms of how good she is, like she's right, because she's gimmicky, you know, like her whole house thing is pretty gimmicky. Her only real combo extension requires meter. Like I mean, it's easy, you just do core circle back S, but her combo extension is pretty straightforward, and like you really have to get going with her. It's similar in a way to Arakune, right? Where like in order for her to be super strong and just win, she has to get going. But it's pretty easy if the opponent knows what they're doing to stop her from getting going. So I would say like I don't really know Guilty Gear Exo tier list, but like I can't see it being great. I can see it being or bad. Continuing on the trend of joke characters, tier wise she's like bottom 3. Okay, I'm putting her in bad then. Thank you for letting me know. I am putting her in bad. All right, so bottom 3 should be Pochemkin, Axel, Jacko. No, that makes sense. I believe that. Yeah, I can't see many characters being worse than Jacko, really. I can see that. Alright, continuing on the trend of joke characters, Faust. Faust is easy. I mean, like, oh, he throws out items. Like, when the first time I played Xrd, I wanted to play Faust because, oh, he's funny item character and he's going to be really complicated. He's not. He's like, Faust is, he's easy. Like he's like, at least you have to pay attention to the items, which stops him from being, like, Faust is easy. He's just, he's easy. Like, it's just, that's it. We don't need to talk about this anymore. He's just like, whatever. Man, I'm almost done with the 2D characters. How about, oh, Dizzy's still here. Why is Dizzy even on here, actually? I don't know where I would put Dizzy in terms of difficulty. I never really played her enough, to be honest with you. Once he gets a higher level, he definitely gets harder, though, because his risk reward can get thrown into whack by certain characters. Yeah, but I don't care about any of that, because I don't play at high level. I just, like, I play funny men who throws items. And besides, this is also, for me, relative to the rest of these characters. I don't find Faust to be that difficult compared to, like, I don't know, like, yeah, just Wong or Wu or whoever, like, anyone in here, really. I'm going to I'm just going to get rid of Dizzy. Because I genuinely, like, I don't know why Dizzy's here. I don't know where I'd put her. So I'm just getting rid of her. I never played her enough. I played her, don't get me wrong, but I never played her enough. And it's also been, like, the other thing with Dizzy is it's been a long time since I've played her. So I don't really have that frame of reference anymore. Another character, though, that I have played, not a lot of, but I have played more recently, so it's more, like, in my mind, is Lychee. I have never played Lychee on stream, but I have briefly tried playing and learning Lychee off stream. And Lychee is hard, right? Lychee, I don't know if I'd go as far to say that Lychee is super difficult, right? Because Lychee has combo routes that require high execution. She is a stance character. She plays completely differently when she's in stance and out of stance. For me, it's not enough to put her as a super hard character. But, and that might just be because I haven't played her enough and I don't know the game well enough. Absolutely could be. But she, like, of the characters I play, is definitely in the same realm as, like, Hao and Vanessa and Beck and all of them. Like, she's really awkward. She requires a lot of character knowledge. She requires a lot of labbing. Just so many combo routes that you have to memorize. There's a lot that goes into playing her. It's just the nice thing with Lychee is that you don't because she's so strong, you don't have to do all of that at the same time. You don't have to know everything with Lychee to be able to make her work just because she's so good. That's what prevents her from being super hard, right? And so, like, when it comes to, like, how strong she is, she's great. Like, even from the little I've played her, she's still, like, I can see how good she is. I'm just not very good with her, but she's very, 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 very strong. Right. And the opposite realm of that, we have Tao Kaka. Oh, I love Tao. You know how I love Tao. Listen, my Steam profile background is Tao Kaka. I love Tao Kaka. And I'm going to be honest with you here. Tao Kaka, one of the hardest characters I've ever played in my life. And I had this whole discussion about Tao Kaka yesterday, and I'll briefly reiterate it. The character doesn't have universal combo routes. You can't take shortcuts with her. Her basic bread and butter combos require multiple just frames and a TK input in order to be able to get like 3,000 damage off of like a standing B. It's insane. And she has mix up, she has rush down, but none of it's intuitive. It's not like just like, oh, you do like overhead or low. Like there is so much nuance that goes into being able to mix up the opponent. And she also has the lowest health in the game, so you get touched and you die. She also doesn't have a DP. So, like, just one thing after another, after another, after another. By far, she is one of the hardest. She is easily one of the hardest characters I've ever tried playing in my life. She is so obscenely difficult because like it doesn't just end with Tao. It also extends to the rest of the characters. Because if you don't know how to play BlazBlue like me, if you don't know how the characters in BlazBlue function, how they work, how to defend against them properly, you're fucked. Because you don't have any get out of jail free tools. You don't have anything for free. And the risk reward with Tao Kaka is disproportional compared to every other character in the game because she has the lowest amount of health. So every time that you do something, you are inherently taking more risk than other characters. All of that combined makes her super hard. Like, and like on top of that, like we compare that to Lychee, right? The difference with Lychee is that you can still do bread and butter combos with Lychee. You can still do basic combos with Lychee and get like okay damage off of it. Tao Kaka, there's no compromise. You have to know if they're standing or crouching because she doesn't have a universal combo for both standing and crouching. You have to do a combo with her that requires a lot of execution. It requires multiple just frames. It requires a TK input. Because if you don't, then you are getting like 1,000 damage off of a B starter, which is just you can't get away with it. Especially when she has so little health and you're taking so much of a risk to get that hit anyway. You can't. There's no compromise with it at all. And then on top of that, her combos will drop against more of the roster than the other characters I play in BlazBlue. Like if I'm playing Tao, her basic bread and butter combo will drop against like 25% of the roster, at least the one I do. And that requires you to have to change the combo in the middle of the combo. So you also have to worry about character specific combos. And you're doing all of this for like 2,500, 3,000 damage, which is like nothing in BlazBlue. It's nothing unless you're Valkenheim. So super hard. Like you can't argue with me about it. Tao Kaka is super hard for me as a beginner. Just no contest. In terms of how good she is, just trash. She's so bad. She's terrible. Like it's just she's awful. She's dreadful. Like, oh my god, she's one of the worst characters I played in my life. Oh yeah, you work so hard for nothing. It's just like if she was a bit easier, maybe she'd be bad, but the amount of work you have to do for what you get, she's so trash. Oh, I love her. I love her to death, but fuck me, she's terrible. Like, you have to really, really love this character to play her. And I say that as someone who really loves this character and is not playing her right now. She's so bad. Ugh. Oh, and then, you know, the last 2D character, the character that saved BlazBlue for me is Mew. Mew is You know, like, she's interesting, right? She has projectile setups. You can do a couple different things with the projectiles. Positioning of the projectiles is really important. I'm just going to call them lasers from now on. But like knowing where they are on the screen, like remembering where they are, is really interesting and unique. Not something I've had to play in a character before, and it's something I find really, really enjoyable. It's really fun. Like the only thing I can really compare it to is like samsho. You know, like losing your weapon or your opponent's weapon and remembering where it is on the stage so that you don't let your opponent get to it. But it's not like that at all. So like understanding that positioning and being able to like position yourself or condition your opponent to be in a place where like a laser off screen will hit the opponent when you activate it is really cool and really fun and really interesting. And it's not like necessarily that difficult. Like her combo routes super easy. Her confirms super easy. And everything that she does is very intuitive, but there's enough to it that I think it's interesting, and it's enough to put her in S tier for difficulty. In terms of how good she is, like this is another one where I'm not really sure, because like like my experience, I want to say that she's great. But like the problem is I'm playing her off the back of Tao, which is just fucking Oscar the Grouch garbage. Like Oscar is fucking finding Tao's left and right in his goddamn trash can. So like I have a bias there, and I don't really know where she should be. And I know that BlazBlue characters get quite ridiculous, and I don't think that Mew is quite at that point. So maybe it makes more sense for her to be an but at the same time, I haven't really had any matchup problems with her, which is a problem I had with Tao. I forgot to mention, fucking Tao Kaka over here, fucking terrible matchups, like fuck fighting Valkenheim with Tao, like on top of all that other shit I said with how difficult she is to play, you also have to deal with the worst fucking matchups I've ever seen in my goddamn life. Anyway, with Mew, you don't really have to worry about that. Like you can kind of play her the same way against every character, you know, it's, like, I don't know. I find her to be pretty great. She feels like a great character to me. That might and probably will change over time the more I play her. She's still new to me because I only played really a session with her so far, but it was a long session. But yeah, she's great. I like, she saved BlazBlue for me. All right. Oh, we have one more 2D character. We have Ramlethal. We're talking, I know this is Strive Image. We're talking about Exard Ramlethal. Exard Ramlethal, I would say is pretty hard. Like she's on the borderline, but I definitely feel comfortable putting Exard Ramlethal above these characters. Because she has a couple of things that do this. One, her set play isn't that, like, how it works isn't that intuitive. Like keeping someone locked in the corner with her swords isn't, it requires some practice and some understanding. She has micro dashes that you have to do in combos in order to be able to get wall carry, which makes her combo routes a little bit tricky. And then she just has a very large move list for a 2D fighting game, which for me isn't a problem because I play 3D fighting games, but when it comes to 2D fighting games, it's definitely different. And it's something that is, that sets her apart and makes her, and I think just pushes her beyond to the hard category when you put all of those things together. In terms of how good Ramlethal, I mean, Ramlethal's great. Like, I don't know what to tell you. Like, Ramlethal's really fucking good. You put him in the corner and they fucking die. You have mid-string, you do the corner carry combo, you do 2 micro dashes, PK, and then you fucking kick them into a corner, you sub the swords, and then they fucking die. Like, what do you want me to say? I know it's not Elfeld, she doesn't have a cherry bomb, but come on, she has a cherry sword. Like, I don't know what to tell you. Yeah, no, Ramlethal's great. All right. We've done all the 2D characters, and now we're on to the 3D characters, except I missed one. It's Eliza, and Eliza is... Ooh, where is Eliza? Eliza's hard. Eliza's definitely hard. I was debating putting her in super hard, but with Eliza, you can play her without having to do the TK dive kicks. What makes Eliza hard is that she has some of the hardest execution in Tekken. Her, Akuma, and Kazuya are all have the highest execution berries in Tekken. I would say Eliza is second, and Akuma is first. Because of her TK dive kicks and how intricate they can be and how vital they can be in combos and corner carry, doing that and instant while running and varying your combos with those tools to be able to convert to the wall properly from different points in the stage. It's difficult to understand, and it's difficult to get a hold of, but you can get away playing Eliza without doing all of that. She's just like unplayable if you do that. That's the problem. Because she's already bad. But you can play her, you know. She's just going to be bad if you don't. She's going to be really bad if you don't. But yeah, like just because you don't have to do that, and you can do like, you know, if you launch the opponent back 2-3, back 2-3, back 4, core circle, back 1, and then just Moonglide 3-4, or now 3-3 after season, 3? It's not, like, she's not super hard, but she's hard. And then she's Eliza, she's bad. She used to be unplayable, like genuinely not competitively viable in Tekken for years. Probably the only character in the game that was that bad. Like, some people might argue Gigas as well, but genuinely Eliza was fucking unplayable. The only person that even tried playing Eliza was Chanel, and after season 1, they nerfed her dive kick reset. They got rid of it, and that was the only thing that was keeping her being playable, and then, like, no one played her. And then, in season 4, she got buffed enough where I feel like she's not, like, I don't even know if she's bottom 10 anymore. She's on the borderline of bottom 10 nowadays, but she's not, like, that bad. She's not, like, Bears, you know? But she's bad. She's kind of shit. Right, so now the 2D characters are done, but we still have one more outlier in this list. A guest character, 2B. 2B in Soul Calibur is surprisingly kind of Like, you would think that 2B as a guest character they would make super easy. And in many ways she is. But 2B is one of those characters where if you're playing against someone that knows the matchup very well and you just do the easy 2B things that work against people that don't know the matchup, you will suffer. And so because of that, I'm considering 2B from the angle of if they know the matchup. And if that's the case, 2B is surprisingly kind of She has a plethora of options that you have to be able to utilize and understand. Like, 2B isn't one of those characters where you can just, like, she has a very large moveset, but you can just use a couple moves and be good with her. She just doesn't work that way. You know, like she does if someone doesn't know the matchup, but if they do, you're going to have to vary your offense a lot. And she has the tools for that. But in order to be able to do that, you have to be able to know all of her tools. She is like, she's a surprisingly very interesting and intricate character. She's very, very fun to play. She's not like too difficult, but she's definitely one of those characters that has a large moveset, and if you want to play her well, you have to know that moveset. So she's eh. She's definitely eh. She also has some like very specific sort of combo routes that are like there's a lot of different combo routes that you can lab with her too that you don't have to know, but knowing them can give you a little bit of an edge against other 2B players, and it's she's very interesting. In terms of how good 2B is, I would say that 2B is definitely a top tier character. Before I would put her in eh, but after the very last patch that Soul Calibur 6 had, they buffed her a little bit, and one of the biggest things that they buffed is her parry. And she has a parry where she sits in a chair. And if this parry is successful, then she shoots a laser at the opponent. And if she parries, I can't remember if it's 2 or 3 times. I want to say 3, but I think it's actually 2. The laser becomes unblockable and does like a full combo's worth of damage. The problem with it before is that it couldn't parry kicks. And they changed it so that it can parry kicks. So she has this parry that parries every move in the game, and most moves, if she just parries one thing, she'll just like hit the opponent with a laser that does 50 damage, which is really, really strong. And this includes break attacks, and break attacks, a lot of them are reactable. So what it means is that good 2B players, if they like, if they can react to a break attack, your opponent just cannot break attack you, because you can just parry it and then hit them with a laser. But then on top of that, if there are strings that have any delays in them or any type of gaps, she can parry those strings, and even if they have a kick in them now, which quite a few of them actually do, it doesn't matter. She's going to laser your ass. So, to me, that bumped her up from being like mid-tier to top tier. Just that one change. So I think she's great. Right. Let's talk about something a little bit controversial. Lydia Sobieska. I love this character. I love this character so much. Lydia is definitely one of those characters that's easy, but has a lot of little intricacies about her, and like a little bit of spoilers. If we're talking about like when she came out, she'd be super easy. But she's easy because she has 4 different stances. Really, she has 2 because 2 of them are completely unusable. But she has a multitude of stances. She has a very an in-your-face rush down play style that's very different from anything in Tekken. She plays more like a Virtua Fighter character, which is why she has Virtua Fighter inputs. She's a very interestingly designed character, and she has a good balance between being very easy, but also being varied enough from other characters and having enough in her like moveset to remain interesting despite her on the surface appearing relatively simple. Now, I was of the opinion for a long time since this character came out that she was the best character in the game. Most people didn't agree with me and said that she was like mid-tier. I was of the opinion that Lydia was the best character in the game. Chikurin agreed with me. It's like the only person that agreed with me. Then they nerfed Lydia. And at first, I thought that the changes that they had made to Lydia were inconsequential. But one of the biggest changes that they made to Lydia was to her house sweep. And her house sweep was integral to how you played this character. Because like I said, she plays like a Virtua Fighter character. She does a lot of poking and prodding while threatening with follow-ups that lead to counter hit launches that make your opponent not want to attack you even if you're like -6 on block, right? Because if you do like back 3-2 or sorry, back 2-3, like the back 2 on block is -6. But the follow-up, the 3, will counter hit launch you, and it's -9. And she has a lot of things like that that make you just not want to attack. But what's the point in all of that if she doesn't have anything that forces you to react? And what that was before was her house sweep. And the thing that they changed about Lydia's house sweep is that they made the clean hit distance more strict on the house sweep. And the problem now with Lydia's house sweep is that a lot of that offensive pressure that she has is completely negated by simply backdashing. Like, if you do something now with Lydia and it ends up being -6 on block and the opponent just backdashes, it option selects everything Lydia can do. Like, the follow-up obviously isn't going to hit because they're backdashing. The house sweep will now completely whiff and you'll be minus on hit. And she doesn't really have much else she can do unless she decides to go in the full crouch or go in the stance, which is just opening her up to more bullshit. So it was enough to completely change how she plays in a way that affected her more than I think any other Tekken character in the history of Tekken 7. Maybe like comparable to like how Jack and Dragunov got nerfed in season 2. And because of that, I think Lydia is bad. Like, overnight, Lydia for me went from being a best character in the game to like not bottom 10, but like bottom mid. So yeah. All right, now let's talk about another top tier character, Julia Chang. Julia Chang is a weird character. I would say that Julia is because she has execution requirement. She is a pretty technical character, but you don't have to use any of that. You know, so her skill floor is fairly low. Like, if you're doing combos, like, her combos require some execution. Unless you just do party crashing over and over again. And you can get decent damage off of just doing like a launcher, party crasher, party crasher, party crasher, party crasher, party crasher, and they're running 2-1. So other things as well, spacing on war drums. Oki setups on war drums. You don't have to know that, right? You don't have to use that to be able to do fine with her. So, like, she has things that do make her, like, hard, but because you don't have to use them, she ends up being kind of Like, she has forward 31, which just shuts down neutral. She has shotgun, which you can use to force mix-ups without having to go in the full crouch and doing bow and arrow. You don't have to use her. You don't have to use her execution heavy combos. You can just do party crashing over and over again. So she's pretty Obviously, though, she's a great character. I don't need to say anything more. She's very strong. She's always been very strong. Zafina. Zafina is in the same boat as Julia, except Zafina is more technical. But Zafina is also in a great spot where I think she's a great beginner character. In actually a very similar way as Mew, because she has a lot that she can do, and she has a lot of room to where you can grow with her as a player. because she's so flexible, she has so many tools. There's so much that you can do with her, but you don't have to do any of it. You know, you can do forward 3, you can do like back 1, you can go into Mantis and do your Mantis stuff. And you don't have to worry about any of the more technical things with her. You can learn that stuff later. You can start out with her and just do a couple of things, a couple of really simple things. She has a good down forward 1. Her forward 3 is really strong. Her forward 4 is really strong. Back 1+2 is a really good low poke. And, you know, she's a character you can really evolve with. I think Zafina is the best beginner character in Tekken because of that. And that's why she's an A. You know, like she's a character that on the surface you would think is hard just because of all of her stances and her moves and all of that, but she's a pretty, like, simple character to pick up. Low skill floor. And, again, Zafina's great. I don't need to explain much. She's great. Like, a good Zafina player is going to do great with her. Right, we're almost through the Tekken characters. Let's go to Kunimitsu. Kunimitsu is super easy. No, okay. All right. That was my initial reaction. Like, that actually wasn't a joke, but it was kind of a joke. Listen, Kunimitsu, Kunimitsu is easy. Bordering on eh. You know what? No, I'm going to say Kunimitsu is eh. Solely because if someone knows the matchup, you can't get away with Kunimitsu bullshit. The reason why Kunimitsu is seen as super easy and why I even initially wanted to put it in super easy is because she has a lot of gimmicky bullshit that just does not work. It's not in the same way as Yoshimitsu. Where he has a lot of gimmicky bullshit that will work on someone that knows the matchup. Kunimitsu has a lot of gimmicky bullshit that will not work on someone that knows the matchup. Like, prime example, down forward 3-2, right? Just a absolute prime example of a move like that. It's just something that's not going to work on someone that knows how to play against the character. Back 3-3 into full crouch mix-up, you know? Stuff like that. A lot of dumb gimmicky bullshit that, like, if you use it in tandem with her other moves, can legitimately, like, offer you, like, reward, right? Moves that would normally be useless against players that know the matchup can offer you reward. But the problem is, in order to be able to use those moves that way, you have to know Kunimitsu in the same way that you would know Yoshimitsu. You have to be able to know all of her moves. You have to be able to use them all in tandem with each other. You have to be very strong with the character. And the difference is that something like down forward 3-2 is a lot more intuitive to use than Yoshimitsu's fully stance, you know? And because of that, it's a lot easier to abuse those things. So that's why she's normally seen as super easy. And really, honestly, I'm going to say she's easy because she also has a lot of very strong poking, strong keep out tools. Combos are pretty simple. But she has an extremely high skill ceiling. You know, like, it's not as high as Yoshi's, I would say, but it's up there with Yoshi's. It's just that her skill floor because of that is very low. And if you're playing against someone that knows the matchup, as long as you're not, like, doing all of that gimmicky bullshit with Kunimitsu, as long as you're not, like, you haven't conditioned yourself to play that way, then even against someone that knows the matchup, yeah, she can be easy. Because she has a lot of really strong tools. But it really depends as well, because, like, with all of that gimmicky bullshit she has, you can make an argument for her being an air, because that's, like, a factor in how she plays, and if you fall into that trap and you play against someone that knows the matchup, you're just going to get destroyed. So it's like it's kind of hard to say, but I'd say she's eh. In terms of how strong she is, I think she's a top 10 character, and in Soul Calibur or in Tekken, that's equivalent to amazing. So I think she's extremely strong. But I think most people would say that she's like top 20, not top 10. So it's difficult for me to say, and I think she's right there along with Yoshimitsu, right? I think whatever Yoshimitsu is, Kunimitsu is also at, because she's like, it's in the same vein. And I also think with Kunimitsu, you can only play as a top 10 character if you're a really strong Kunimitsu player. Anyone can play Kunimitsu as a top 20 character, though. That's the difference. Yoshimitsu, not everyone can play him as a top 20 character. But I think it's enough that she's at like the top of great, but I don't quite think that she's amazing. All right, and last character from Tekken is going to be Elisa. We all know why I play Elisa. My channel name is Seth Boo. I mean, come on. Yeah, Elisa is easy. She's not super easy because Elisa is not only does she have multiple stances, but she's an inherently defense neutral oriented character. She has strong tools, strong poking, strong defense, but she requires you to play strong neutral. And if you can't, then someone that knows what they're doing is going to just walk all over you, pretty much. So that's why she's easy. On top of that, destruction stance is something that not a lot of Elisa players explore. I don't know why, because I think it's easily the strongest thing about Elisa as a character, but not a lot of people do, because destruction stance essentially requires you to play a completely different character, and it also neuters your defense. Like, you can't crouch. You can't duck highs. If you play against a Mishima, an electric and a hell sweep become a mix-up. You know, it's it's difficult, I think, to get a grasp of destruction stance because it's so vastly different from everything else in Tekken, and it requires a lot of confidence to be able to use correctly, and it requires a lot of matchup knowledge. And I think it's the biggest thing that keeps Elisa out of super easy, because I think it's very, very important, and it's the thing that like destruction stance really counters specific playstyles, you know? Like if someone is playing a very defensively, or they're playing very turtly, or they're playing a character that is just defensive, like Asuka, destruction stance is your greatest asset. And it's something that I think is very underrated against certain, not characters, but playstyles. And I think knowing that really is vital to being able to play Elisa well. So that's why I think she's easy. In terms of character strength, Elisa is despite what people say, and I won't go on a big rant. A lot of people say Elisa is top 20. I think those people just don't know what the fuck they're talking about, and they don't know the matchup, because no one knows the Elisa matchup. No one bothers with it, because you don't see Elisa like ever in tournament. Elisa is not played very often at all. But like a lot of the things that people who say that she's top 20 get blown up by are very gimmicky, and I just like knowing the matchup very well can deal with it pretty easily. Like every time that an example comes up of why someone says that Elisa's in top 20, it's like, just react to the fucking down back foot. Like, what are you doing? Like, why is that a problem for you? So Elisa's Speaking of characters that have to play very, very strong neutral, Tira. Tira is Tira's hard. I almost want to say super hard, but I think I'm thinking back to when Soul Calibur 6 came out. Tira was not playable when Soul Calibur 6 came out. Like, no exaggeration, one of the worst characters I've ever played in a fighting game. Tira was dreadful. Like, Tira did not gain meter. I would play a game with Tira, And by the time the game was over, I would not gain a single bar of meter. Because how her meter gain worked when the game came out, just it didn't work properly. Like Tier was just unusable. Completely unusable when Soul Calibur 6 came out. And I think I'm thinking back to that. Nowadays, Tier's hard. Because Tira, is a very neutral heavy character. You have to play very strong neutral with her. You have to have a very good understanding of the game's mechanics. You have to have very good character knowledge. And you have to just be a good player in general to make Tira work well. And that's why she's hard. And Tira's one of those characters where if you can't do those things, if you can't play footsies, if you can't play neutral, then you're not going to succeed with Tira. Like, you have to have a very strong understanding of the game to use Tira well at all. And like someone that's played a lot of Soul Calibur and is experienced with Soul Calibur can probably pick up Tira and play her fine, but someone who hasn't or doesn't like play a character that is more neutral focused is not going to be able to pick up Tira and play her very well. And on top of that, her gimmick as well, keeping track of her gimmick, keeping track of Coda is also pretty difficult, I'd say. And also like meter management with Tira is very, very important as well. So yeah. In terms of how good Tira is consistently talked about as a top 10 character. For me, I don't think she's a top 10 character. But something I've never really specified with Tira that I think is very important that I should specify is that Tira can absolutely be played as a top 10 character. The problem is that you have to have such a strong understanding of Soul Calibur 6, strong understanding of the game's mechanics, of the opponent's characters, of different playstyles, and you have to have such strong neutral and footsies that by the time you get to a point where you can play Tira as a top 10 character, you are experienced enough with not only the character but the game. Why aren't you just playing someone else? That's the problem with Tira to me. That's why I don't consider her a top 10 character. Because it's not just about being good with the character, it's about being good with the game, with the game's mechanics. You have to be so strong with the game's neutral that it's like, at that point, why aren't you just playing like any other character? You have to put so much effort into Tira, and you do get the reward out of it, but you can put so much less effort into a worse character and most of the time be more consistent with them because you don't have to work as hard in like with the basic mechanics of the game. That's the problem. And that's the difference with Tira. It's not necessarily working hard with the character. You have to work hard with the character and the game. And to me, it just gets to a point where if you're able to play her consistently at top 10, you could have played like any other character and gotten to that point a lot faster. And maybe not like top 10, but like the Soul Calibur is so well balanced anyway that like even a top 10 or a top tier character, you can do well enough with Tira. It's about consistency, right? It's about how consistent you can play the character, and it's because of how much effort goes into playing her at a top 10 level that I just don't see why, you know? It's like, it's different from Yoshimitsu as well, because Yoshimitsu, like, you play him and play him and play him so much that eventually playing him consistently is just natural. It's normal. With Tira, it's not necessarily, because it's not just playing Tira, it's playing the game consistently, you know? You don't really have many, like, get out of jail free cards with Tira. You don't have anything where you just get to play neutral for free. Like, you constantly have to be focusing and paying attention, and you constantly have to be on top of your game to play her at that level. That I just can't see her as being a top 10 character consistently for in most cases. You know, that's the problem. Unless, like, the only way I can see that being the case is if, like, you exclusively play Tira. But even for me, as someone who had tier in like the top 20, top 10 of all players in ranked, I don't see it. I like that's why I don't see her as a top 10 character. So I think she's eh. Right. Huang. Let's go to Huang. Huang is in a weird spot. I think Huang is eh. I think Huang is the most complex fighting game character in existence. That said, his skill floor and skill ceiling actually isn't that high. It's really weird. He has a lot of mechanics, a lot of systems, a lot of decision making that goes into it. One of the biggest things that sets Huang apart from other characters is that you really have to pay attention to like small things. He's very nuanced. You really have to focus on like fine details of a match, or like very small things about how the opponent is playing or what character they're playing, those kind of things. And being able to balance life force and talismans and micromanaging all of that is pretty difficult. That said, it doesn't really matter on a matchup knowledge standpoint. It's purely on you. And you can play Huang without life force, without talismans. He's not nearly as strong, but he still functions without them. He is still a functional character. It's just using that makes him better. It's not the same as like Abba, right? Like Abba, you have to be able to go use your command grab to go into your like not slow stance to be able to use Abba effectively. Huang, you don't have to worry about any of that stuff, especially when you're starting out with him, to be able to use him well. I guess it's more similar to like Elisa, right? Like a lot of even pro Elisa players don't use destruction stance. They just don't. Like straight. I don't think it's the right thing to do, but you don't have to in order to make Elisa work well. Huang is the same way. It's just that I think you improve yourself a lot by being able to use that. But because you don't have to worry about any of that resource management, it means his skill floor is fairly low. So I'm going to say Huang is eh. And the only reason why I say all that and I put him in eh instead of easy is because you still have to understand how those mechanics work. Because if you just start throwing out shit that costs life force, you're going to die. Like the way that Huang's life force works is if you use enough moves that require life force and you go far enough into the negatives, on round start, you lose half your health. So if you don't understand how those mechanics work, then you're going to just kill yourself. So that's why he's eh and not easy. In terms of how strong he is, I think Huang's great. I think he's a top 10 character. Most people, I think, say that he's top tier, at least last I checked. I think he's top 10. I don't think he's like top 5. I don't think he's like competing with Yoshimitsu or anything, but I think Huang is very strong. I think he has a lot of flexibility. He has a lot of good tools, and if you end up getting the final round, he's by far the best character in the game. Not even close. Like Huang final round, if you use all of your talismans and you just don't care, he is busted. He is insane. So top 10, great character. And the last character is Talim. And Talim, this is going to be the most controversial thing. Super hard. Like, ridiculous. I think Talim is the hardest character I play. It's between Talim and Yoshimitsu. I don't know which one. And the reason why, most people would say that Talim is actually an easy character. And the reason why is because no one knows this matchup. Not even pro players know this matchup, because Talim is such a complicated character with such a ridiculously high skill ceiling that not even pro players can understand this matchup. The reason why, to put it in short, is that just to understand how her stance transitions work and how you can counter her stance transitions, and how you can contest her mix-ups, I made a video on this explaining how to just do that. Like, not even her entire kit, just that. And it took 2.5 hours to be able to explain everything with just her stances and how they function and how to counter them. And it's not like there are any option selects for anything Talon has either. If you like, basically how Talon works is she does a move, like AABA, and then she has 3 stances that she can go into. And all of these stances have different moves that have different properties and take a different amount of time to come out. And they all cover each other's options. So, like, for example, Talon, if she goes into Wind Charmer, which is like a thing where she twirls into the foreground and background, she has a unbreakable command grab. She has a fast A attack that has a mix-up built into it that can lead into another mix-up. She has a mid B attack that will catch you if you're crouching, that launches you. And she has a plus B, which is a low that lethal hits you if you guard impact. And she has a K, which is just a really fast move that'll catch you if you're hitting any buttons. So what happens is, if you try ducking, it'll avoid the A and the command grab, but then the B will launch your ass and the K will knock you down. If you try attacking to avoid like the slow A plus B low or the B, then she can just kick your ass with K, or she can counter hit A, and then she does like a full combo's worth of damage because on counter hit the whole thing's natural, and then she's allowed to go into another mix up out of back turn. If you decide to guard impact, then you can delay like any of your buttons and beat the guard impact, or you can do the A plus B to lethal hit, and really it'll only beat the K. If you decide to sidestep, guess what? You can't, idiot, because she's plus 24. So like, and that's just one stance. That's just one small aspect. And that's like a very small abridged part of how you fight against Talon. Like, that's not even getting into like the variable frame data on different moves that she transitions into stance with. Like, AABA is plus 24. And when she's plus 24, you cannot hit a button. Or she's going to counter hit you. If she does like 2-2A, she's only plus 2 into stance, which means you can hit a button. But if you do hit a button, because she's plus 2, she can actually sidestep your ass. If she's plus 24, she is so plus that if she delays anything, she actually cannot sidestep you. She's just that plus. If she does something like 6AA, which is plus 16, she cannot sidestep you because she's 2 plus. And that's in a weird spot where she's so plus she can't sidestep you, but she's not plus enough where you can't hit a button to interrupt her attacks, right? But if she does 2-2A, which is plus 2, which normally would be worse, it's actually better, because then she can sidestep you, and then if she sidesteps you, then the Wind Charmer K is a lethal hit, and it full combos you. And that's just a very, very, very small part of what makes up this character, and not only fighting as her, but against her. Because like, you also have to know how all of these options work with each other with Talon, and how to counter other options that your opponent is doing in order to make everything work together. Because playing Talon, everything comes together, right? Every single move that she has works with each other. The best way to describe Talon, like with Yoshimitsu, it's like painting a beautiful painting and then just scribbling on it a little bit. With Talon, it's dancing. And when it comes to dancing, everything flows into each other. Everything works together. And because of that, you have to understand all these little intricacies in order to be able to play the character well. If you don't, then you can play Talon, but she's going to be bad. And a lot of people, even Talon players, say that she's bad because they're bad with the character. And But it takes a lot of effort, and a lot of people say that Talon is easy despite all of this because the matchup is so complicated, as you can imagine, that, like I said, pro players don't know the matchup. A lot of pro players just straight up do not know the matchup because it's so difficult. Because there's so much that goes into it. You basically have to main the character in order to be able to know the matchup inside and out. So it, like, you know, it works both ways. But the problem then is there are a lot of Talon players that are even at the highest rank in the game that will just get blown up by anyone that knows the matchup. Because so few people know the matchup. Because it's so complicated. Because the character is just one of the most complicated, hardest characters in any fighting game I've ever played. So that's why she's super hard. That's why I'm putting her in super hard. Because despite all of that, the thing is, if you play against a Talon play, if you play Talon and you play against a Talon player that knows the matchup, I can tell you, you will get destroyed. You will get blown up and you will think the character is fucking garbage, like bottom 10. And I can say this with confidence because there are only a couple of people in the world that I think can play Talon well. Like 5. That's how complicated this character is. And that's how, like, she has the same sort of complexity as Yoshimitsu, where Yoshimitsu, like, a lot of people who start out with him will think that he's fucking garbage, and there are only a couple of people that can play him at, like, top 10. Talon is the same. And, like, in the same vein, Talon is amazing. I think Talon is the best character in Soul Calibur, but she's so difficult, I think only a couple of people can play her that way. I think, me personally, I can play as a top 5 character. I don't think I'm quite good enough to play her as the best character in the game. But I think with enough, like, if I played the game more and I practiced enough, I could. But Talon is definitely up there. She is so hard, but you get so much reward out of playing the character. So I think she's the best character in the game, so I say she's amazing. And that's the list. Do I want to change anything when it comes to, like... No, I think these characters are in a league of their own. So that's it. Those are all my mains. I'm never going to have to do this again, thank God. But you know, here we are. That's what I think about all of my mains. That's what I think about all of the characters that I have ever played in any fighting game. Yeah, and you know, I love all of them except for Seth. Seth, I just whatever. But I love the rest of them. They're all great. And I think one thing that I've really learned from this is that I play a lot of good characters. Like, I think something that we can really glean from this is that I don't necessarily stray away from bad characters, but I play a lot of good characters. You know, and I don't necessarily like I don't like playing super easy characters. Like, you can remove Kunoichi and Enchantress as well, because they're like, and even Seth, because they're like, these two characters just come from an easy game, so they're inherently going to be easy, and Seth was just a character I played just like to fuck around, and he's really the character I have had the most time in Street Fighter with. But, like, generally I don't play easy, super easy characters. A lot of characters I play verge from being like, you know, they have some interesting things and they have some complexities that make them interesting, to being like more like in-depth, complex, like sort of legacy kind of characters. Those are the kind of characters that I guess I enjoy playing. Not too many that are like really easy. And even if you look at the easy characters like Kunimitsu, Kunimitsu and Elisa have like high skill ceilings, right? Like Soul Calibur Yoshimitsu has a high skill ceiling. Namaya and Fairy, for the games that they're in, are also like fairly hard, especially Namaya. Namaya, for the game she's in, is fairly hard. Well, relatively hard, I should say. So, you know, like I'm quite happy with this list. I think it's interesting, and I think I've gotten off my chest everything I've wanted to say about every character I've ever played in my life. Even if it took a long time. Ugh. Anyway, that's it. I play a lot of characters. I knew I was gonna take a while. It's about like that's about how long I expected it to take. I mean, 42 characters, well, 41, I got rid of Dizzy. It's a lot. You know, it's a lot of characters to play. A lot of characters to play. So, yeah. Anyway, I'm done for today. Thank you for stopping by. I will be back. The schedule I have pinned. It's gonna go away as soon as I hit the button. But, I will be back tomorrow. And we will be playing the shit out of Judgment. I want to finish Judgment. I gotta get it done. The samsho beta, I'm assuming is coming out on the 31st at this point. Loki said that the samsho Discord thinks it's coming out on the 31st. At this point, I can't see them announcing it and then saying it's coming out tomorrow. It's hard to say. All I know is that I've been checking SteamDB and I saw that they updated the rollback branch like yesterday, so they're still working on it, which, you know, like if they're still working on it, I can't be upset that it's taking so long. I want it to be good. I don't want it to be like Guilty Gear. So I'm yeah, I gotta get Judgment done. So from here on out, I'll probably have those two Judgment streams, and then I'll have like a fighting game stream, and then I'm just going like Monday, Tuesday, like I'm just like Judgment all day until that game's just done. And I'm pretty sure I'm going to get it done by Friday. If I rush it, which I don't know. It depends on how long I stream tomorrow, actually, but I don't know. The last chapter was pretty long, but there's only 4 left, I think. I think there's 4. So, we're at the end of it, so we'll see. I still want to do some of those side cases, though. Like, that's the problem, is that I don't really want to... Like, I feel like I'm kind of rushing through it, and I do want to do some more of, like, the side stuff in the game, so I don't know. Maybe... I don't know what I'm going to do! I don't know! Ugh. I'll figure it out. Either way, I'll have it done before the samsho beta. I'll probably, like... I'll plan on finishing it on Monday, I think. I think that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to plan on having it done by Monday. So, yeah. Anyway, thanks for stopping by. Have a good night. I'll see you tomorrow, or if you're not watching Judgment, Sunday, I think. I'll be playing a fighting game on Sunday. I think I'm going to play BlazBlue on Sunday. So now that I have all of this BlazBlue shit, I'm in the BlazBlue mood. So... probably Monday. Or Sunday. Not Monday. Monday's Judgment. And then Wednesday's samsho. Anyway, I'm leaving. Have a good night. Bye-bye.